Section 43 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Mrs. W. L. Niemann. My mother was Sophia Oakes. She was born in Sault Ste. Marie in 1823. She was the daughter of Charles Oakes, who had charge of a trading post for the American Fur Company. Her mother died when she was a very small child, and her father removed with his two children, my mother and her sister 2 years younger, to La Pointe, where he had charge of another post of the same company. The winters there were very long and severely cold, and many times they would be shut in by the depth of the snow for weeks at a time. One time in particular the snow was so deep and the cold so intense that they had been snowbound so long that their supplies were almost exhausted, and my grandfather sent the men off to get a fresh supply. They were gone much longer than usual, and the little family began to suffer for want of food, and were obliged to go out and scrape away the snow to find acorns. They also ate the bark of trees. Finally my grandfather concluded that he too must start out to try and get some food. The windows of the cabin were covered, in place of glass, with deerskins. In getting ready to leave the children, Grandfather took down these skins and replaced them with blankets to keep out the cold, and boiled the skins to provide a soup for the children to drink while he was gone. My mother was 12, and her sister was 10. Grandfather had not gone far when his feet were both frozen, and he lay disabled in the snow. Some men chanced along and carried him to a house, which was about a mile further along. When they reached the house, he refused to be carried in, for he knew he would surely lose his feet if he went in where it was warm. He asked for an awl and punctured his feet full of holes, and had the men pour them full of brandy. This, while it was excruciatingly painful, both at the time and afterwards, saved him his feet. When he and his men returned to the cabin, he had been gone all day and all night and into the next afternoon, and they found the little girls locked in each other's arms, fast asleep, having cried themselves to sleep the night before. Soon after, the little girls were sent to school back in New York, and my mother stayed until her education was completed, graduating from a seminary in Fredonia. On her return to her home, she was married to my father, Jeremiah Russell, who had come in 1837 to Fort Snelling on an exploring trip. He settled first at Edina Mills, but soon went to Marine, where with Franklin Steele and Levi Stratton he built a sawmill, 1838, the ruins of which can still be seen. In '49 he went to take charge of a trading post for the American Fur Company, which was located 2 miles above Sauk Rapids. After a few years he purchased the land where Sauk Rapids stands, laid out the town, and moved down there, building a large hotel which was called the Hyperborean Hotel, which took a prominent part in the history of the town, as it was the scene of many large gatherings. It served to shelter the townspeople when they were driven from home through fear of the Indian uprisings. Later it was remodeled by new owners and rechristened the Russell House in honor of my father. One time, before I was born, and while my parents still lived at the post, a band of warlike Indians, each armed with a gun, came to the house and completely filled the kitchen. My brother, who was a very small child, was attracted by the firearms and went up to one of the Indians and put his hand on the gun. This angered the Indian, and with a terrible scowl he put his finger on the trigger as if to shoot my brother. My father sprung up before him, and with a very fierce voice, which was the only way to deal with them when they were unruly, ordered him to put down his gun. This he did, but with bad grace. My father then spoke to the chief and told him to keep order, which he did, and they soon went away. But my father was sorry he did not keep them a little longer and give them up to the authorities, for he found, soon after, that they had killed and scalped 3 white men just a short time before they came into our house. At another time, after we were living in Sauk Rapids, a Chippewa came and begged for shelter for the night. My father knew that there was a band of Sioux camped just across the river in plain view of our house, so father surmised that this was a spy from the Chippewas, but he gave him permission to stay in the house, providing that he would not show himself outside, for it would enrage the Sioux against us if they knew we were harboring a Chippewa. The Indian promised, but very soon my sister, who was playing outside, saw him raise the window and aim his gun across the river. She told my father, who went in and made him desist and nailed up the window. When we went to bed that night, father did not take pains to lock the Indian in. After we were asleep, he crept out and slipped away, and before morning the Chippewas descended upon the sleeping Sioux and killed every one of them. Christmas in those hard times did not mean to us little pioneer children what it does now. There was no spare money with which to buy presents. We always hung up our stockings, but got nothing in them but a little cheap candy and perhaps a few raisins. But one year father determined to give us and the other children of the village a little better Christmas than usual. So he went out to his woods and cut enough firewood to exchange in St. Cloud for a barrel of apples. Then he divided off one end of our sitting room with a sheet and arranged a puppet show behind it. And with the village children in one end of the room eating apples, and father in the other managing the puppets, we celebrated the day in a very happy way. Mrs. F. Hofer of Mound was an old settler of Watertown, and gives some interesting information of the prices of foodstuffs after the war, as follows. Flour was $15 a barrel, wheat was $5 a bushel, potatoes were $2.50 a bushel, and calico was 35 cents a yard. My husband's salary for that summer season was $5. During the winter months we had barley coffee and pancakes, no bedclothes and no clothes for the children. Our bed quilt was a bearskin. When my first child was 6 weeks old, I went out washing, walking 12 miles to my work, washing all day, then walking the 12 miles back home again. End of section 43. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 44 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Section 44. Ex-Governor Samuel R. Van Sant, 1857. My father with his family moved to Illinois in 1837, coming on the Adventure on the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. Like most of the early pioneers, he was poor and had to work. Tickets were sold at a less price if the passenger would help to wood the boat. My father took advantage of this proposition. On board as a passenger was the old Indian chief Black Hawk. He was much interested in my little sister and gave her a very fine string of beads. The beads, or a part of them, are still in our family. My father took up a claim near Rock Island on the banks of the Rock River. While there, the family suffered all the privations of early settlers in a new country. Farming was new to him, and he did not make a great success of it. He was a shipbuilder by trade. Once he took a load of pumpkins to town, some 12 or 14 miles, getting 50 cents for them. On his return he broke his wagon, costing $1 to repair it. He often said he never felt so poor in all his life, although he lived to be 92 years of age. On another occasion we were out of provisions. He made a trip to the old water mill a few miles distant to get 50 cents worth of cornmeal, but the proprietor would not trust him, so he had to return home to get a $50 that had been laid by for a rainy day. He was thus forced to make another trip to secure the purchase. By this time we children were good and hungry. On another occasion, after killing his hogs, he drove with them 100 miles to the lead mines at Galena, but the market was overstocked, so he proceeded to Platteville, Wisconsin, 20 or more miles further, where he sold the pork for 2 1/2 cents per pound, taking 1/2 in store pay and the other half in a note. The note is still unpaid. It required a week or more to make the trip. I have always had a great fondness for the Mississippi River. I was born on its banks, and for more than 40 years navigated its waters. My first $1 was spent to buy a small skiff. As soon as I was old enough, I commenced running on the river. My first trip to St. Paul was in 1857. I was a boy of 13. What progress since that time in our state! The steamboat was a mighty factor in the settlement growth and development of Minnesota. I feel safe in saying that during the palmy days of steamboating, more than 1,000 different steamers brought immigrants, their household goods, and stock to this commonwealth. While there were regular lines of steamers, there were also many outside boats which were termed wild boats. These boats would often secure a full cargo on the Ohio River, or at St. Louis, and come to St. Paul. If water was at a good stage, large profits would result. A story is told of the steamer Fire Canoe. I will not mention the captain's name. The water was low, and the boat got aground a good many times, causing much delay. For a meal or two the passengers were without meat, but soon there seemed to be a plentiful supply of nice fresh veal. One of the passengers who, with his family and stock of young calves, was moving to Minnesota, complimented the captain highly upon securing such fine meat, but after going to the lower deck and finding some of his fine young stock missing, hunted up the captain and said, "Captain, if it is all the same to you, I would prefer to dispense with meat for the rest of the trip, for I will need that young stock when I reach my claim." There was always great strife to be the first boat to arrive at St. Paul, and many risks were taken by steamers to get through Lake Pepin before the ice had really left the lake. Many steamers were crushed by the ice in so doing. One advantage to the first boat was free wharfage the balance of the season in every town and city along the river. Two steamers hardly ever came in sight of each other without a race. We owned and operated a good many boats. We had a fast one named the McDonald. I remember on one occasion my partner, Mr. Musser, a well-known lumberman of Muscatine, and wife were making a trip with us. We had a very spirited race with another swift boat. After a long, hard chase, we passed her, but we had to trim boat and carry big steam to do it. After it was over, Mr. Musser said to me, "If I were you, I would not race any more. It is expensive, dangerous, and hard on the boat." I agreed that he was right, and that we would not do so again. We had not been in our berths long before another boat was overtaken, and a race was on. Mr. Musser arose, forgot his advice of a few hours previous, and said, "Pass that boat, and I will pay for the extra fuel." The boat was passed, but no bill was presented for the extra fuel. End of section 44. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 45 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ReadAllDay. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Rebecca Prescott Sherman Chapter. Minneapolis. Miss Rita Kelly. Miss Beatrice Longfellow. Mrs. Delilah Maxwell. 1855. We were married in Illinois, April 12, 1855, and in 3 days we started. We went 100 miles by team to the Mississippi River, put our wagon and mules on a steamer, and came up. Every business place on the west side of the river in Minneapolis was a rough boarding house and a little 10 by 12 grocery store. We camped there, cooked our breakfast, and came out to Maxwell's Bay at Minnetonka. The bay was named for my husband and his 2 brothers who came up the year before and took claims. It was the roughest trip you ever saw. The road was an Indian trail with enough trees cut out on either side to let a wagon through, and the stumps were sticking up a foot or 2 high, and first you were up and then you were down over those stumps. It was the trail through Wayzata and Long Lake, known as the Watertown Road. We built an elm shack, a log house with the logs standing up so the Indians couldn't climb over them, and stripped bark off elm trees for a roof. The mosquitoes were terrible bad, and deer flies too. The men had to wear mosquito bar over their hats down to their waists when at work. Mrs. Martha French lived on the Bestor place on Crystal Bay, the Burden claim. She and Mr. French had come the fall before in '54. We had a shortcut through the woods, a path about a mile long. They were our nearest neighbors. They came over to our house one Sunday. The men were going to Minneapolis on business to see about their land, and Mr. Maxwell was to start Tuesday. Mrs. French said, "Why can't us women go too, on a pleasure trip? I've been here pretty near 2 years, and Mrs. Maxwell has been here over a year. I think it's about time we went on a pleasure trip." Mr. French was a slow-talking man, and he drawled, "Well, you can go, but it won't be much of a pleasure trip." "I don't see why it wouldn't. You just want to discourage us," Mrs. French said, and he said, "Oh, no, I don't want to discourage you." I didn't want to go very bad. I had a kid 5 months old, and the mosquitoes were so bad. It was June and awfully hot, but Mrs. French hadn't any children and insisted that we ought to go for a pleasure trip. So I fixed up on Tuesday night and went over and stayed all night so we could get an early start. My husband went on ahead, and we were to meet him Wednesday noon in Minneapolis or St. Anthony. Mr. French lined up old Bob and Jerry, their team of oxen, and we got started around sunrise. A mile from the house, we came to a terrible steep hill. We got up it all right, and just as we started down, Mrs. French said, "Old Bob hasn't any tail, but Jerry has a lovely tail. He'll keep the mosquitoes off all right." Just then, Jerry switched his tail around a young sapling, and it came off. It was wet with dew, and it lapped tight, and we were going downhill so fast, something had to give way. It was the tail. Well, we had an awful time with that tail. There was only a stump left, less than a foot long, and the ox like to bled to death. Mrs. French was afraid the wolves would get to Jerry's tail, and kept worrying, and when we had gone about a mile, she made Mr. French go back and get it. We started on again, and went about a mile and a half, till we came to Teepee Hill, where the Long Lake Cemetery is. It's a steep hill now, but then it hadn't been worked any, and it was just straight up and down. We had boards across the wagon to sit on, and they slid off. Mr. and Mrs. French got out. They wouldn't ride, but I had just got the baby to sleep. She was awful hard to get to sleep, and didn't sleep much, so I said I'd ride. I sat down in the bottom of the wagon with her in my arms, and we started up. We got clear to the top, and the tongue came out of the wagon, and down we went. I crouched over the baby, and just thought my time had come. Before we got clear to the bottom, the wagon veered and stopped on 2 wheels. Mr. French came down and got us fixed up, and we went on to where the parish place is now, and camped, ate our lunch, and built a smudge. We stayed about an hour, and hooked up, and started on again. Mr. Maxwell had gone on expecting us at Minneapolis by this time, and here we were, about 3 miles from home. Mr. French was an awfully sleepy man. He could go to sleep any place. He didn't have to lead the oxen. They couldn't get out of the road. We were in the big woods all this way, with just a road of stumps to go through. Mr. French went to sleep, and we hit a stump. He pitched forward, and I raised up and caught him right by the pants. Busted a button or 2, but he'd broken his neck if he'd gone out. Mrs. French just sat there and never offered to grab him. Finally we got to Wayzata. We bought a pound of flour and got some rags and bound up Jerry's tail. We stayed all night at Clay's and got up at 4 o'clock and started on. It was awfully hot. We went on till we came to the big marsh, the other side of Wayzata. The lake came up farther then, and the marsh was filled with water, and all covered round the edges with logs and tree stumps. The oxen saw the water and made one lunge for it. They made down the side of the hill over stumps and logs, and never stopped till they were in the water. Mr. French got out and took the ox chain and tied the tongue on the back of the wagon and hauled us up again. I remarked to Mrs. French, "I guess we will be killed yet." "Oh," Mr. French said, "this is just a pleasure trip." Mrs. French wouldn't crack a smile, but I thought I'd die laughing. We stopped at the 6 Mile House Thursday night. We had started at 4 o'clock in the morning and travelled till 8 at night and gone about 7 miles. We got up at 4 and started on again. We chugged along till towards noon, and we camped and ate our lunch and met my husband. He'd been to Minneapolis, looked after his business, and was on his way home. "Why, what's the matter?" he said. "Oh, not much. Jerry pulled his tail off," we said. "Oh," Mr. French said, "it's only a pleasure trip." My husband was for going home, but I said, "Oh no, you won't go back. I'm all wore out now with the baby. This is a pleasure trip, and we want you to have all the pleasure there is." We got to St. Anthony at 8:30. Tired, oh dear. We did some shopping and came back with a big load, made 6 miles in the afternoon, and stopped at the 6 Mile House for the night. Across Bassett's Creek was a narrow tamarack pole bridge. We might have known there would be trouble, but we never thought of it. Old Jerry seen the water and made one lunge for it. One ox went over the edge of the bridge and one went through, and there they hung across the beam. We skedaddled out the back side of the wagon. "Well, Martha, I guess we will be killed yet," I said, but Mrs. French never smiled. She took her pleasures sadly. The men took the pin out of the ox yokes and let the oxen down into the water, and they grazed while the men went on a half-mile to borrow an axe and cut tamarack poles to fix the bridge. We stayed all night again at Mr. Clay's and got up Sunday morning and started. When we got to Teepee Hill, I said, "I'll walk down this hill." I rode up it. The rest of them rode. I walked on through the woods to Mr. Barnes beyond Long Lake and got there just as supper was ready. They wanted me to eat supper, but I said, "No, they are coming in a few minutes. I'll just take a cup of tea." I waited and waited and waited for an hour or so, and they didn't come. Finally I ate my supper and they came. "Well, what in the world," I said, "is the matter?" Well, old Jerry had got in the creek at the bottom of Teepee Hill, the outlet of Long Lake, into Minnetonka, and they couldn't get him out. Mrs. French was in the wagon, and the mosquitoes liked to eat her up. We got to our place that night. It was Sunday night, and we'd been gone since Wednesday morning. We wanted the Frenches to stay all night, but they said they couldn't think of it. They had to go. Their mother had a girl staying with her, and expected them back Thursday night, and will be scared to death, wondering what had happened to them. So they left the oxen and took the path through the woods. I started in to get supper for my husband and I heard them hollering. I said, "They're lost. Go out and yell as loud as you can and build a big fire." They got back to our place all right and had to stay all night. Mrs. French followed me out to the barn. "Don't it make you mad to hear of that pleasure trip?" she said. The men couldn't get through talking about it. "Well, it makes me mad," I said, "but I can't help laughing." "Well," Mr. French yawned, "I believe this winds up the pleasure trip." End of section 45.
Section 46 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Mr. B. F. Shaver, 1853. My parents came from Lucerne County, Pennsylvania, father in the fall of 1850 and mother just 2 years later. She came to Rockford, Illinois by rail, then to Galena by stage and up the Mississippi by boat. One of her traveling companions was Miss Mary Miller, sister of Mrs. John H. Stevens. Mother spent the first night in Minneapolis in the old Stevens house, at that time the only residence on the west side of the river, about where the Union Station was. 2 years before this, Father had learned of Lake Minnetonka and had taken some pork and flour and a frying pan and started west to find the lake, over somewhat the route of the Great Northern Railroad track to where Wayzata is now. He reached the site of Minnetonka Mills and located a claim about where Groveland Park on the Deep Haven trolley line is. This was some time before the government survey. He blazed out a claim. Like the old lady in the Hoosier Schoolmaster, he believed, "While you're gettin', get a plenty." For after a survey he found he had blazed out 700 acres where he could preempt only 160. He had been up the creek several times to the lake, where there was a beautiful pebbly beach. Once, while wandering back, he had come upon this spot, he said, "beautiful as a poet's dream." A 40-acre prairie right in the midst of dense woods covered with wildflowers and prairie grass. He blazed out his claim right there. On November 8, 1852, Father and Mother traveled from St. Anthony to Minnetonka Mills with an ox team and a sled on 8 or 10 inches of snow. They kept boarders at Minnetonka Mills that winter, and in March moved to their claim. The house was not completed. There were no windows, no outside door, and no floor. The following August were born twin boys, the first white children born in Hennepin County outside the city limits of Minneapolis. Mother was the first pioneer woman of Minnetonka Township. When we were about 3 weeks old, Mother's nearest neighbor, Mrs. Robinson, who lived on a claim near the present site of Wayzata, came over to assist her with the twins, as she was all worn out. It was a hot, sultry night, early in September, and Mrs. Robinson made a bed on the ground beside Mother's, and put us into it. She became very drowsy towards morning and lay down on the ground beside us. She was aroused by my brother stirring about and complaining, and reaching over was surprised to feel something like a paw of a large dog thrust through a crack between the logs and pulling the baby towards the crack by its hand. She got up quietly and moving aside the blanket that hung for a door, stepped out around the corner of the house. At the crack was a large wolf. It was frightened off at seeing her and ran into the woods. Before Mother came in August 1850, Father and 3 others took a boat at Minnetonka Mills with provisions and went up to Gray's Bay and westward on Lake Minnetonka to explore the lake and get a definite idea of its area and characteristics. They went through Hull's Narrows and explored the upper lake several days, landed at a point about at Zumbra Heights, and decided to carry their boats across to the Minnesota River and row down to Fort Snelling. After wandering in the woods several days, they abandoned the boat and subsisted for days on basswood sprouts and raspberries. They reached the Minnesota River directly north of Shakopee, descended a bluff, and found the shanty of a squaw man. The squaw gave them some fat pork with gravy over it, and mixed up dough which she had baked on a griddle. Father said he had been to many a fine banquet, but that was the best he ever tasted. Father, Mother, and some of the men from the sawmill were eating supper one night by candlelight, when there came a loud knocking at the door. Father opened the door, and an Indian in hunting regalia staggered into the house, holding his sides and evidently in great pain. Mother did the best she could for him, gave him painkiller and hot drinks, and made him a bed on the floor beside the kitchen stove, while after a time he fell into a deep sleep. About daylight, several members of the tribe, including his squaw, came in search of him, and learned from the crew at the mill that he had been cared for during the night. His squaw came into the house, talked with him for a while, and then with the other Indians started east. They were gone about 2 hours, returning with the carcass of a very fine deer. The Indian had started hunting the day before and pursued a deer till almost night, finally bringing it down. Having nothing to eat since early morning, he was ravenous and cut a piece of steak from the deer and ate it raw. This made him desperately sick, and on his way back he had to stop at the mill. His squaw and the other Indians proceeded to skin the deer at the house, and the squaw brought in the deer's kidneys to Mother. This she thought very odd, but a few days later was informed by Martin McLeod, an interpreter, that the gift of a deer's kidneys was one of the highest tokens of esteem that an Indian could bestow. Afterwards, the Indian and his squaw were very kind, sending her fish and venison, and the squaw presented her with some beautiful beadwork. The cruelty of the male Indians always astounded Mother. Once she sold an Indian a sack of flour. He was to come for it the next day. At the time appointed he came, bringing with him his squaw, who had with her a little papoose, and his mother, an aged woman. He brought an empty sack along. Mother presumed he would empty a small portion of the flour into this for his wife and mother to carry, and he would shoulder the remainder in the sack, which contained the flour. He emptied about 1/3 of the flour into the sack which he had brought. This he put down by the side of his mother. He took the papoose out of the broad strap around the squaw's head, hanging in a loop in the back, and taking up the remaining flour, put it in the strap on his wife's back, she stooping over to receive the load. It was so heavy he had to help her straighten up. She could not rise alone. Then he took the papoose and set it atop the sack of flour. Then he assisted his mother about getting her portion of flour in her strap. This conduct provoked my mother greatly, and she told him in decided terms that he should be ashamed of himself. At her remarks he grinned and folded his arms complacently around his gun, strutted off after the women, muttering, "Me big Injun." A curious trait about the Indians was that they wanted you to trust them and have no suspicions about their honesty. When going away from the house, it was better not to lock it, but take a stick and lean it up against the house outside, intimating to them that you were away and nothing would be molested. If the house was locked, they were likely to break in and steal something. Not far from our house at Spirit Knob, now Breezy Point, Lake Minnetonka, on a bold hill projecting out into the water was a stone idol, a smoothly polished stone a little larger than a wooden water pail. The Indians came regularly to worship this idol and make offerings to their god. In very early times, probably not later than 1853, a doctor from St. Louis, Missouri, is said to have stolen this image and taken it to St. Louis and put it in a museum. The Indians were very much enraged at this, and some people have assigned to this deed a motive for many of the atrocities committed in 1862. One winter day father was away teaming and was not expected home till late in the evening. As night drew on, mother and her little boys were busy about the chores. In cold winter weather we did not use the woodshed and kitchen, but the 2 large rooms only, having to come through the 2 unused rooms to the main part of the house. We boys had finished our work, hung up our caps and put away our mittens for the night, and mother was bringing in her last armload of wood. She had passed through 3 doors and turned around to shut the last one, and there, right behind her, stood a giant of an Indian. He seemed a foot taller than her, and she was 2 inches less than 6 feet. So quietly had he followed her that she had no intimation of his presence. As she confronted him, he said, "Ho!" in deep guttural tones, and then laughed at her fright. He evidently wanted something, but could speak little or no English. He peered about the house, looked in every corner, and finally, in order to make us understand what he wanted, he took the ramrod out of his gun, set it up on end on the table, put the index finger of his left hand on top of the ramrod, and made counter motions up and down the rod with his right hand. Mother divined it was pole beans that he had seen growing, and she got him some, and he went away satisfied. One cold winter day, 4 Indians were in the kitchen. Mother was preparing beans for dinner. Like all good housewives, she first parboiled them with pork before baking. She stepped into the pantry for something, when one of the braves slipped his hand into the kettle and stole the pork. He was just tucking it under his blanket when she, suspecting something, whirled around, caught up the tea kettle of boiling water and poured some on the Indian's hands. He roared with pain and mortification, but the other braves thought it very amusing. One of them slipped up and patted her on the back, saying, "Tonka squaw, Tonka squaw," Tonka meaning big or brave. The Indians reversed their words, like Minnetonka, water big, Minna meaning water. That Indian never came into the house again. The men at the mill were a little afraid. They thought it unwise of her and kept close watch. The Indians would come in from hunting and sit around on our floor. Mother would give them a good kick if they got in the way. This made her more popular than ever. They considered her a very fine lady because she was not afraid of them, but cudgeled them about. There were always 3 or 4 of them sitting around on the kitchen floor. The Indians' sense of humor was very keen. Mrs. Maxwell's little girl was tow-headed. The Indians always stroked her head and laughed. My older brother had beautiful curly hair. The Indians called it ha-ha hair, curling or laughing. He was very fond of the Indians and used to tumble about them examining their powder horns. Until one day an Indian pulled up his top curl and ran around it with the back of his knife, as if to say what a fine scalp that would be. The frightened boy would never go near them again. Washta-dock, pronounced gutturally and meaning North Bay, is the original of Wayzata, pronounced Wayzata. End of section 46.
Section 47 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Shepard. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Colonel A.P. Connolly, 1857. By rail and boat we reached St. Paul on Friday, in May, '57. A party of us who had become acquainted on the steamer chartered a small four-wheel craft two-horse affair and headed toward St. Anthony. We came up to the old government road, passing Halfway House and the well-known Larpenteur and Desnoyers farms. It had been raining and the roads were bad. 4 times we had to get out, put our shoulders to the wheels, and get our little craft on the terra firma. The palatial Winslow House, built at this time, was largely patronized in summer by the slave-holding aristocracy of the South. I remember one Southerner, Colonel Slaybeck by name, who used to come each year with his family and servants. He would always say to his slaves, "Now you're in the North, where they do not own slaves, and if you wish to escape, this is your chance to run away." Not one of his servants ever took the opportunity. My first unpleasant experience was in connection with this house. I was one of its builders, for I put on lath at 4 cents a yard. By working early and late, I made $4 a day. I was very economical and trusted my employer to hold my hard-earned money. So far as I know, he's holding it yet, for he skipped in the night, leaving his boarding mistress to weep with me, for we had both been too confiding. Somewhat cast down by the loss of my first earnings, but not totally discouraged, I shipped with 6 others on board a prairie schooner, well supplied with provisions and 3 good horses, and headed for the north and fortune. After 13 days of frontier hardships, we landed at the mouth of the Chien River, where it empties into the Red River of the north. Here we erected 2 or 3 good log houses, surveyed and platted our town, and planted common vegetables. They grew wonderfully well. We caught fish and shot ducks and geese. On paper, our town could not be excelled, with its streets and boulevards, its parks and drives, its churches and schools and public buildings. It was so inspiring to look at that we each took 160 acres adjoining the town, intending them as an addition to plat and sell to the onrushers when the boom should commence. We also built a boat here, or rather made a dugout, so we could explore the river. We had amusements in plenty, for wolves, Indians, mosquitoes, and grasshoppers were in great abundance. The wolves were hungry and told us so, congregating in great numbers for their nightly concerts. We had to barricade our doors to keep them out, and burn smudges on the inside to keep mosquitoes out as well. 65 Indians paid us a visit one day, and they were not at all pleasant. We had a French half-breed with us, and he influenced them to leave. They only intended to take our yoke of cattle, but finally, after much parleying, they moved on, and we breathed easier. All things come to an end, and so did this wild goose chase after riches, and in time we got back to God's country and St. Anthony. I will not worry you by reciting our experiences in getting back, but they were vexatious and amusing. To sum up my reward for this 5 months of hard work, privation, and danger, I had 1 red flannel shirt, 1 pair of boots, 1 pair of white duck pants, and $13 worth of groceries. Wasn't this a jolt? It was late in the fall, with a long cold winter ahead, and things looked rather blue. Judge Isaac Atwater was the owner of the St. Anthony Express, a good-looking weekly paper of Whig politics. I went to work in this office at $4 a week, and as I advanced in efficiency, my salary was increased to $12. About this time an important thing happened. I married the daughter of Alonzo Leeming, who had come here in 1853. My wife was the first teacher of a private school in Minneapolis. The school being located near Minnehaha, she boarded with the Prescott family who lived on a farm not far from the falls. After the Indian outbreak in August 1862, as we were marching up to the lower agency, we found Mr. Prescott's body about 12 miles out from the fort, and I helped bury him. His wife and children were prisoners at that time, held by the hostile Sioux. I think it was in 1858 the people got clamorous for railroads and voted the state credit for $5 million. The pamphlet exploiting the celebrated $5 million loan bill was printed in the St. Anthony Express office, and I pulled the issue off on a very antiquated hand press, known as the Foster. It was too early for railroads. Times were too hard. But half the issue was made, and a foundation laid for some of our great railroad systems. The St. Paul and Pacific was built and operated for a few miles, and was the pioneer of the Great Northern System. The first locomotive landed in St. Paul was the William Crooks, named in honor of the civil engineer of the road, Colonel William Crooks, who was the commander of the 6th Minnesota, in which I served. Colonel Crooks is buried in Oakland, St. Paul, and the locomotive is on the retired list. As I said, one half of these bonds were issued, and after several legislatures had bandied them about and pigeonholed them, the debt was wiped out at 50 cents on the dollar, with interest, which gave the holders par, and the credit of the state was saved. The bonds were thrown about as worthless, and I had an opportunity to get some of them at $1 each. I erected the first street light in St. Paul. You could not see it a block away. All the rest of the town was in darkness. Minneapolis had one of those lights also, located on Bridge Square. Burning fluid for lamps was $1 a gallon. Candles were mostly used. Matches, handmade, were sold for 5 cents a bunch, 5 cents being worth 25 cents now. In 1858, Minnesota was overrun with wildcat money. Perhaps I'd better explain this. It had no value outside the state and was not a sure thing in it. You took money at night, not knowing whether it would be worth anything in the morning. However, it looked well, and we all took chances. Any county could issue money by giving some sort of a bond, so we had among others Glencoe County, Freeburn County, Fillmore County, Chisago County, La Crosse and La Crescent, and many others. Daily bulletins were issued telling what money was good. In the final roundup, the only money redeemed at face value was La Crosse and La Crescent. I printed a directory with a Mr. Chamberlain of Boston. I sold my book and took Wildcat in payment, and after paying the printer had quite a bunch of it on hand. But merchants would not take it at its face value. We had no bank of exchange then. Orrin Curtis had a little place he called a bank, but I never saw any money go in or out of it. I found what was termed a bank on the west side of the river, a 2-room affair, up one pair of stairs and presided over by J.K. Seidel, who afterwards was president of the First National Bank. He was at that time loaning money at 3% a month. The nearest bank of exchange was that of Borup and Oakes of St. Paul, and the only way to get there was to walk or pay Allen and Chase $1.50 for the round trip. I preferred to walk, and so did, to receive an offer of 85 cents on the dollar for my Wildcat. "No, sir," I said. "I'll go back home first, and walk back." I made 3 other trips and finally took 25 cents on the dollar and was glad to get it, for in a short time it was worthless. Merchants issued their own individual scrip and paid many local bills that way. For instance, David Edwards will pay $5 in goods at his store upon presentation of this paper, etc. Times were hard, but pioneers never desert. They are always on deck, hence our Minneapolis of today. While on this subject of 3 and 5%, I will relate an incident. There was a great revival in the First Methodist Church on the east side, J.F. Chaffee, pastor. We all got religion, and I thought I had a call to preach, so with a dozen others, took on theological studies. We were very studious and zealous, with a prospective D.D. ahead. But I flunked, got disgusted, sidetracked the call, and in time enlisted for the war and went fighting rather than preaching. But during the same revival, and while it was at its white heat, old Squire George E. H. Day was in the forefront. Now Brother Day was very zealous, and at times thought he got at the very foot of the throne, but he loaned money at 5% a month. I really think he was in dead earnest, especially in the percent business. On this particular night he was on his knees and was calling very loudly on the Lord. In his extremity he said, "O Lord, give us more interest in heaven." The crowd was so great they were in the door and at the windows. A wag, Al Stone, was among the outside crowd, and heard this urgent appeal of old Squire Day, and he cried out, "For God's sake, isn't 5% enough?" Among the enterprising men of the Falls was Z.E.B. Nash, or Zeb as we called him. He operated a line of steamers from Fewer's Landing, on the east side above the present bridge, to St. Cloud. There were only 2 small boats, but they served the purpose well. End of section 47. Recording by Doug Shepard.
Section 48 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Colonel Levi Longfellow, 1851. One day back in my old home in Machays, Maine, when I was 6 years old and my sister Mary 9, my father said to her, "I will give you 10 cents for your little tin trunk." This trunk was one of her most treasured possessions, and she asked him what he wanted it for. He answered, "I am going to save money to take you all out to Minnesota, and I want the trunk to hold the pennies and dimes we shall save for that purpose." She was so delighted with the idea that she readily gave up the trunk and contributed a dime to start the famous fund. Many times we emptied the contents of that little trunk and counted to see how much we had, though we all knew that not more than 1 or 2 dimes had been added since we last counted. It took us 3 long years to save enough for the eventful trip. In those days, instead of a run of 2 or 3 days, it took a month to make the journey. One bright day in June, an ox team drove to our door and took us, a family consisting of my father, mother, 2 boys and 2 girls, with our luggage to the Boston boat. From Boston, a train carried us to Albany, New York, and from there, by canal boat we went to Buffalo. Here we boarded a lake steamer for Chicago. This place I remember as the muddiest hole I had ever seen. A plank road led from the boat landing to the hotel. One railroad ran west out of Chicago for a distance of about 10 miles. Beyond this lay the unexplored country we were to enter. We hired a man with a team and a covered farm wagon to drive us across the prairies to Galena. 1 week was occupied in this part of the journey. This same man, 3 months later, drove a herd of cattle from his home to St. Anthony Falls. From Galena we took a steamboat to St. Paul, where we were met by my grandfather, Washington Getchell, who had come west with his family 3 years previous. He brought us to St. Anthony Falls with his ox team. Among our luggage was a red chest. Every family in those days owned one, and I remember in unloading our things from the boat, the bottom came out of the chest, scattering the contents about. Men, women, and children scrambled to pick up the things, but mother always said 1/2 of them were lost. On the 2nd of July, 1851, we arrived, receiving a hearty welcome from our relatives. My grandfather had built the second frame house erected in the town. Early in the winter of 1854, at 9 at night, I was crossing the unfinished bridge one evening with a schoolmate named Russell Pease. We had been over to see his father, who lived on the west side of the river. When we reached the middle, Russell slipped and fell through onto the ice beneath. I ran back and down the bank to where he was lying, but he was unconscious, and I could not lift him, so I ran back for help, found some men, and they carried him home. One day, before there was a bridge of any kind across the river, my father carried 2 calves over on the ferry, to pasture on the west shore. Several days later, as he stood on the river bank, he noticed something moving on Spirit Island, the small island below the falls. Going out in a boat, he found the 2 calves running about, seeking a way to reach the east bank. They had evidently become homesick and started to swim across above the falls, and in some miraculous manner had been carried over the falls and landed safely on the island. Father rescued them, bringing them to shore in a boat. I remember the greatest excitement each summer was the arrival of the caravans of carts from the Red River of the North. They would come down to disperse their loads of furs, go into camp in St. Anthony, and remain 3 or 4 weeks while selling their furs and purchasing supplies. The journey and return required 3 months. In the spring of 1853, our family moved from St. Anthony to a farm in Brooklyn Center, about 9 miles out from town. Roving bands of Indians often used to camp near our home. We never enjoyed these visits, but neither did we wish them to think we were afraid, so we never locked our doors or refused them anything they demanded in the way of food. Often my mother has fed a troop of those hideously painted fellows. In those days, the only means of communication between the settlers was a messenger, going from house to house. The people of our community wished to have some way of signaling each other in case of danger, so a number of tin horns were purchased, each family being given one, with the understanding that if a blast was heard from one of these horns, the men would ride as fast as possible to the home giving the signal for help. Among the settlers was an old German who was given his horn along with the rest. After a few days, this old fellow became curious to know what sort of a sound the horn would make. Not wishing to give any alarm, he went into his cellar, thinking to be out of hearing, and blew a tremendous blast to test the power of the horn. The effect was far from what he had anticipated. The neighbors, hearing the signal, came from all directions, expecting to find serious trouble. My brother Nathan, with his friend Will Fisher, mounted their horses as quickly as they could and rushed to the scene. In about an hour, the boys came back disgusted, and what the settlers said and did to that old German I leave to your imagination. This same German figured in another amusing incident. When my father was building one of the roads in Brooklyn, he hired this man to work for him. One Sunday morning the old fellow reported for duty. My father informed him he did not work on Sunday. The man threw up his hands and exclaimed, "Mein Gott! Is this Sunday? My old woman is at home washing. She thinks it is Monday too." I enlisted in '62, expecting our regiment would be ordered immediately to the Army of the Potomac, but within a week after the formation of the regiment, news was received of the Sioux outbreak on the frontier. We were ordered to report at once to St. Peter, where we arrived August 24th. 4 days later we were hurried across country 40 miles to Fort Ridgely, which was then in a state of siege. After a sharp skirmish with the Indians, we drove them off on the 2nd of September. We were ordered to Birch Coulee, 16 miles away. Captain Grant, with his command, had been sent out to bury the victims of the Indian massacre, including 27 men of Captain Marsh's 5th Minnesota troops. He had gone into camp at Birch Coulee when the Indians attacked him. The firing was heard across the plain at Fort Ridgely, and we were sent to his relief. We arrived early in the morning, and the command was halted to wait for daylight. With the break of day, the Indians opened fire, but after a hard fight, we drove them off and made our way into the camp. It was a sickening sight. 23 men lay dead with 50 or 60 wounded. In the camp was a woman lying in a wagon. She had been picked up on the prairie where the Indians had left her for dead. After the Indians had gone, she had managed to crawl to a rock which had a cleft in it, and there had fainted. One of our boys jumped up on this rock, and noticing what seemed to be a bundle of rags lying in the opening, poked his gun into it. To his horror he found it was a woman's body. He called, and another of the boys, Comrade Richardson, now living in Champlin, Minnesota, sprang up beside him, and together they lifted her out, and she was placed in a wagon. When the Indians attacked the camp, the wagons were drawn around in a circle, with the camp inside, and this poor woman laid there for 36 hours, all through the fight. The wagon was riddled with bullets, and she herself had been hit in the arm, though she was scarcely conscious of what was going on, having not yet rallied from her terrible experience in the massacre. I understood she afterwards recovered and lived in Minnesota. At Wood Lake I also helped to bury the dead. among them 16 Indians killed in the fight there. At Camp Release, situated on the west side of the Mississippi River, opposite where Montevideo is now located, we surrounded an Indian camp and compelled them to give up over 100 captive women and children. We were also sent out with a small squad and surrounded and captured another camp of hostile Indians, bringing them in to our camp. Colonel Crooks, of our regiment, was appointed judge advocate, and I was present at the trial of over 100 of these Indians. All were found guilty and sentenced to be hung. President Lincoln commuted the sentence of all but 39, the rest being sent to the government prison at Rock Island, where they were kept as prisoners of war. At that time my wife, who was then Olive Branch, was attending high school in Moline, and she went with some friends to see these Indians in the Rock Island prison. She recalls distinctly the interest the people felt in seeing the savages who had been the authors of such atrocities. In February of 1863, our regiment was sent to Forest City to build a stockade for the protection of the settlers. From there we marched across country to Camp Pope, where the main forces were being assembled, preparatory to our expedition across the plains to the Missouri River, a few miles below where Bismarck now stands. We had no fresh water on this trip, and were also on half rations for 2 months. When we finally reached the river, we rushed in to fill our canteens, when the Indians suddenly opened fire on us from the opposite bank. Fortunately, they fired over our heads with but few casualties. While we were halted at the river, General Sibley, who had remained at his headquarters, 2 miles in our rear, sent a message to Colonel Crooks, carried by an officer with his orderly. Colonel Crooks received the message, wrote his answer leaning on his saddle, and the messenger started back to General Sibley with the reply. On our return, we found the bodies of this officer and his orderly horribly mutilated. The Indians had come up in our rear and encountered them as they rode back to camp. End of Section 48. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 49 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ReadAllDay. Old Rail Fence Corners, edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Minneapolis chapter. Caroline Rogers Shepley, Mrs. O. H. Shepley. Florence Shepherd Little, Mrs. F. W. Little. Mary Sherrard Phillips, Mrs. Alonzo Phillips. Mrs. Helen Godfrey Berry, 1849. My part in the history of the Godfrey house is the first chapter. My idea of geography in 1847, at the age of 8 years, was that Maine was the only state and that Bangor was not far from Boston in size and importance. Out west was a wonderland in my child mind. I did not realize when or how my father, Art Godfrey, went so far from home as to St. Anthony Falls, but I did realize his return to take my mother and us children west. My father was obliged to leave us with our relatives, Alex Gordon's family. We stayed in Beloit, Wisconsin, for the winter. He, with Captain John Rollins and some others, went through on ponies, or as best they could travel. Cold weather had stopped the boats from running. That trip was one they did not forget and often told of it. In the spring of '49, we took a stagecoach from Beloit with our baggage strapped on behind. I remember well the black murky mud we rode through, the wheels sinking into the hubs first on one side, then the other. Father met us in St. Paul, and we children at once got on the calico-covered settee of the Bass House, too sleepy to eat. My next idea of being anywhere was in a room given up very kindly by Mrs. Calvin Church to my mother, in what was called the Mess House, Main Street, southeast. It was the most comfortable place to be had. We were hungry for mother's cooking. Our first meal was of biscuits, salt, and tea, with strawberry jam mother had found in the blue chest. This was in April. If the work had not been already begun in our house, It must have been hurried, as in May my sister was born in the house. There was considerable concern because there was no doctor nearer than St. Paul to call on in case of need, but a few days before my sister Harriet was born, someone said there was an old gentleman living on the lower island, a Dr. Kingsley, so he was called in. There was no footbridge, and but one way to get to the island, that of fording the river. The house was built before the time of balloon frames. The principal workmen were Chas Massey and James Brissett, who must have worked faithfully and well. Doors and window sash were done by hand, the lumber having to be seasoned after it was hauled to the spot. I was so interested in the many kinds of planks and tools used by these carpenters, every floorboard being tongued and grooved by them. The cellar under the whole house was dug after the house was partly built. I have a faint recollection that a lime kiln was built near the old landing, and lime burnt before the walls and plastering could be done. A brick oven was built, which did good service while we lived there. When it came to the painting of the outside of the house, father and mother wondered if the natural color of Minnesota pine was not a shade or two different from that of the old state of Maine. They were so impressed, they concluded to paint the house as near the shade of this new pine as possible, but were hardly satisfied because not a perfect imitation. My mother was favored with much needed help most of the time. The house was often a hospital. 2 years after we built, the brother of the young woman who was helping my mother came with a bad attack of cholera. He was brought in, cared for, and sent away comfortable. Many families came from the Far East with sickness from the long journey, many of them cases of typhoid fever. My mother was not behind in extending a welcome and assistance to these sufferers. I would not omit my recollection of our first 4th of July. It was either in 49 or 50, and carried out with all patriotism. I went early in the morning with my new friend, Emma J. Tyler, to touch the Liberty Pole set on the hill not far from the mills and near where was afterward built the Winslow Hotel. It was a genuine celebration. In my mind somehow, like a dream of a birthday in spring, comes a faint picture of a number of pioneer mothers in my mother's partly furnished parlor. I rushed in after school and stood upon the threshold. I saw bright colors in stripes and stars of blue that they seemed to be in a quandary how to place and how many to use. Was this the first flag made in St. Anthony? Was it made in the old Godfrey house, or was I only dreaming? Anyway, it was a real celebration that came after. The Declaration of Independence was read, I think by J.W. North, a volunteer choir of our best singers, Mrs. Caleb Dorr, Mrs. North, and others, sang the patriotic hymns. Isaac Atwater, Captain John Rollins, and others sat upon the platform, and my father was marshal of the day. I probably took the first music lesson on the piano given to a learner in St. Anthony, my teacher being Mrs. J.W. North, living at first on Hennepin Island in the house afterward known as the Tapper House, where Captain John Tapper lived while running the ferryboat, before the bridge was built from our side to the island. It was not a very safe or easy trip for me to skip over on the logs, but I got to be quite an expert. My piano came later than Mrs. North's, but was the first new piano brought and bargained for to be sent to St. Anthony. By this time the house was comfortably furnished. At first a few articles were brought from the sleighmakers who had been one of the families who had lived in the building I have spoken of, Father's shop. This family became discontented enough to return to their old home, so from them we got our large 6-legged dining table, the cradle, both of black walnut, and a few other pieces of furniture. If such a thing could be done after 50 years, I could replace any piece of furniture as my mother had then. The parlor, with its warm colored red and green carpet, the piano in its corner, the round mahogany table of my mother's with its red and black table spread, and always the 3 worsted lamp mats I had made when 7 years old, mother's haircloth rocker, the parlor stove, and the round back chairs. Also in the sitting room were mother's small 2-leaved tea table and the settee, like 4 chairs in a row, a stove, etc. All so comfortable. We never lived in a house in Minnesota in which we felt the cold so little in winter. From an item in my old scrapbook concerning the moving of the house, it said it had 3 thicknesses of floorboards, and the same for the outside, so it was built for comfort. My little room over the parlor My first own room had in it the bureau made by my grandfather Burr. My bedstead, a posted one, was corded with bed cords, had one good straw bed and a fluffy feather bed on top of that, with patchwork quilts. In that little room I made my beginnings. I learned to wash the floor on my knees, for I had no carpet. At the time when the mill company's property was partly owned by a bachelor named A.W. Taylor, the other owners were very anxious to buy out his share, so were making great effort to persuade him to sell. My mother was given the money, all in gold, or probably father put it in her care, ready to make the payment if he came to terms, which he finally did. My knowledge of this fact came from mother being all alone at night. She told me that in one corner of the blue chest were bags of gold amounting to $10,000. Afterward I could understand that she felt too anxious to sleep, and that in case of any foul deed, I could answer for her. In those days, however, men were honest and money plentiful. Many times has my father ridden to or from St. Paul with a sack of money in the buggy seat beside him. About this time it was getting to be the custom in Washington and other large cities for ladies to receive gentlemen callers on New Year's Day. So the first year St. Anthony followed that custom. By Mrs. Camp's suggestions and help, I was the first to receive callers, with Mrs. Camp as chaperone. I am not quite sure who were our callers, probably Mr. Camp, T.E.B. North, J.B. Shaw, and others. Pound and fruitcake with fragrant coffee and rich cream were served. In our house was organized the first Masonic Lodge. I remember it perfectly well. My mother had arranged the house in such a perfect order, we children felt something unusual was to happen. Mother first was elected Tyler. I couldn't understand why we couldn't even peep through the keyhole. I saw Mr. John H. Stevens and Mr. Isaac Atwater pass into the parlor, where they spent the evening with my father. Mother proved a faithful Tyler, and all the satisfaction we got was that they had ridden the goat. Father had told brother Abner wonderful stories about the country he was intending to take us to, and one was that sleds grow on trees, and he should have one when we got there. He did not forget. Maybe he was reminded, but sometime before one Christmas Day, Daddy brought home 2 strips of wood that he said could be bent into the shape he wanted it. It took some time, and I did not know whether brother suspected what was coming until his own frame sled was brought to him, all completed but the steels. They came later, so he can claim having that first real coaster, for the other boys had only board runners or barrel staves. The mills, now burnt, new then, with 2 upright saws, the people were as proud of as they are now proud of all the fine mills in Minneapolis. Art Godfrey had reason for feeling proud. He had the management of the building of the first mill dam across the Mississippi River, had stood waist deep in its waters half days at a time with his men to accomplish this work. He was owner to not over 1/7 and not less than 1/10 interest in the Milco business, was agent for Franklin Steele, of whom he always spoke with the greatest respect. I can realize that he was a very busy man during the time he served there, and that he needed the rest and quiet he found afterward in his Minnehaha home. Our first nearest neighbors were Mrs. Marshall with her 2 sons, W.M.R. and Joseph, and her daughter, Rebecca. Their store was the first started in our neighborhood until John G. Lennon built his a little later. Mrs. Marshall impressed me when she said to my mother that if one of her sons was foolish enough to get into a fight and get whipped, she would whip him again when he came home. I thought of her in after years when I heard people speak of W.M.R. Marshall while he was governor of Minnesota. Once on our first acquaintance, my mother sent my brother, then about 6 years of age, to Mrs. Marshall for an article from the store. She gave it to him with the change. The child was so interested in his play with some boys, he hurried home, gave mother the package, and was hurrying off when she asked him for the change. He said he hadn't any, and from his eagerness to get away, she feared he had spent the money without leave to treat the boys. I heard her say something about not letting this pass a first time. If it is an act of dishonesty, now is my time, etc. So to sift the matter to the bottom, she took the reluctant boy to Mrs. Marshall, who said, "Don't you see, Mrs. Godfrey? He has done nothing wrong. He has the money. Look again." Sure enough, Under the wonderful things, balls and strings, in his pocket, was the money, just where Mrs. Marshall had put it herself, and he was the most surprised one to see it. The tears were dried, and Mrs. Marshall had saved him from punishment, only that he had lost his noon hour for play. One last remembrance is that of the great flood which came and spoiled so much of the work done in the beginning. I have still in my mind the grandest picture of Almighty God I ever saw. Man seemed but an atom against him, when the waters rushed and roared in their strong surges over the ledges that made the falls of St. Anthony. The long logs that had been, but a few months before, proud monarchs of the pine forests, sailed along toward this brink like sticks, then with their long ends balancing out over the rushing fall, would tilt over and down into the rushing, curling, foaming torrent out of sight. But little else was thought of just then, for we who were near were watching the grandeur, but dreading the effect. One thing I realized that drew my attention from this mighty picture, that was the anxious face of my father. Had he not foreseen the future possibilities of this great water power? I am sure now that he had, and soon had the first stroke come and waved aside all that had been partly accomplished. A setback, because the work had been begun with rough tools and lack of material. I think he realized what might be, what has been. What we all can see now, power harnessed by inventions into monstrous manufactories, costing mints of gold, paying out mints of gold in return, costing more than half a century of time and labor. Why do I think he foresaw all this? For several reasons. At that time, he secured title to a small island outside the others, just at the brink of the falls, although by summary survey. I think it was afterward considered a part of Nicola Island, causing him to leave it, if I am right. Another reason seems indirect, but it was from what he said in regard to San Pedro Harbor in his first visit to California, that Los Angeles might become a city, but not what San Pedro could be with a harbor, a nucleus or center for business for all the surrounding country. It may take years enough to see all this, to make up its half century too, but when I see what is already the beginning, I know he was right and knew what he was talking about. So as I now often sit and listen to the breakers of the grand old Pacific Ocean, I am given an old home feeling. I am listening, in memory, to the roar of that mighty waterfall, the Falls of St. Anthony, as they sounded 50 years ago. End of section 49.
Section 50 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Abner Crossman Godfrey, 1849. In the early days, before we had streetcars or any of the present-day improvements, the country was all new. New families and interests were pouring in from the east. We had to travel by stagecoach, and very often the roads were so muddy that the wheels of the coach would sink into the hub. I remember the year so well that the first state capitol was dedicated. That was the time of the pleasure trip that I am going to tell you about. They got a 4-horse lumber wagon and put in long seats on either side, and piled in heavy robes. This was to convey the people from Minneapolis to St. Paul for the very important services. There were 3 boys, Stillman Foster, Oat Whitney, Sam Tyler of the neighborhood, and myself that chummed together. The rig started off from the old mill office, Main Street. That was the starting place for everything in those days, and is now 2nd Avenue Southeast. We boys decided that it would be a great lark to get in the wagon and hide under the robes and ride around to the St. Charles Hotel, where the passengers were waiting. Much to our surprise, we were not ordered to get out when we were discovered. We soon arrived at the old Desnoyers place halfway to St. Paul. It was bitter cold, about 45 degrees below zero. In St. Paul I left the rig and wandered over to the old American house. My hands were frozen, and I soon began to cry with the pain. My fingers were white to the first joint. A Frenchman who was standing near by, seeing my distress, took compassion on me, took me inside, and put my hands into hot whiskey. That saved them. Major Benjamin Randall, 1849. In 1860, to prevent conflict between the Indians and white settlers, a military post called Fort Ridgely was built 180 miles northwest of Winona on the Minnesota River. Major Woods arrived soon after navigation on the river was demonstrated to be practicable by that veteran, Smith Harris, and steamboats from the Ohio River were not infrequent visitors. Ridgely was in no sense a fort, but by general acceptation. It was not designed or constructed as a place of defense. It was built on a plain 40 rods from the edge of a steep bluff of the river on the south, and a gradual sloping bluff, less abrupt, to a creek running at right angles on the east about the same distance. A deep wooded ravine extended up through the river bluff to about 100 yards of the southwest corner, while a considerable depression was continued some distance farther. The St. Peter Road led up the creek bluff ravine along the north side of the fort, with a level stretch of prairie to the north. It was such a place as the Indians would have selected for the building, if they had contemplated its capture. The Indians were frequent visitors at the fort and watched the light battery drill with wonder and surprise, the horses flying across the prairie like an Egyptian chariot race. The sudden changes of front and position and the rapid firing awed the savage. In the spring of 1861 all this was changed. The artillery were ordered south. 1 and sometimes 2 companies of volunteers were stationed for a short time, and others succeeded them. The Indians knew the country was claiming its able-bodied and best men in its support, and watched with interest the departure of volunteers for its defense, and believed, as they talked, that only women and old men were left. The soldiers they respected and feared had gone from our frontier. The anxiety to rush everybody to the front had left our posts without garrison, and people without protection, and protests to officials were unheeded or disregarded. The Indians felt that the time and opportunity was present when they could win back without resistance the inheritance they had lost. In furtherance of this scheme, on Monday morning, the 18th of August, 1862, an attack was made on the citizens at the lower agency, 12 miles above the fort. Those that could tried to escape. J.C. Dickinson, who kept a boarding house with his family and others, in a 2-horse wagon, was the first to cross the ferry, notifying the settlers as he made his way toward the fort. A little before 9 o'clock in the morning, I was out about 2 miles from the agency in a buggy and met him. His team was jaded, and I reached Captain Marsh's quarters some time in advance of him. A courier was sent after Lieutenant Sheehan, who, with 50 men, was on his return to Fort Ripley. Captain Marsh and 46 men started for the scene of the uprising, and were ambuscaded by the Indians, 28 of the men being killed and Captain Marsh drowned. That night small parties of Indians that were raiding the settlements were drawn together and celebrated their victory by dance and song, which gave us valuable time at the fort, saving hundreds of lives by the delay. The fort was left under the command of Lieutenant Gear, a young man of less than 20 years, without military or frontier experience. The situation would have appalled the most experienced frontier officer. Fortunately, the advice and experience of Sergeant Jones was available. The 4 Reike brothers, who had the contract for furnishing hay to the post, notified settlers, and hauled water, filling all the barrels that could be found. All the water used at the post was hauled from a spring at the foot of the river bluff, nearly half a mile distant, and near the ravine which the Indians went up 2 days later to make their attack. After a day of preparation and suspense, Lieutenant Sheehan returned with his 50 men, who were welcomed with joy by those holding the post. And later, about 46 men arrived from St. Peter, the Renville Rangers. There were enough men to post sentinels, to guard the salient points. I visited some of these posts with an officer and a lantern later in the night, and no one was sleeping on them. They were deserted. We followed to where they had taken shelter in the barracks among the refugees, and they were ordered from their bedsteads to resume their guns and duties. The ravine was between my house and the garrison, where my family had taken shelter. About 12 o'clock I was at the house, with a horse and buggy, when guns were discharged and sentinels shouting "Indians!" Seeing them running, I was not long in reaching the fort, and had been there but a short time, when flames shot up from my dwelling, and the ravine I had just crossed swarmed with painted savages. Miss Sara Faribault. My father, Oliver Faribault, built a house which was his home and trading post near Little Six, or Shakopee's village, in 1844. It was a fine point for a trading post, as 3 Indian villages were near, good roads, black dogs, and Shakopees. He was a very successful trader. I can well remember the great packs of furs. We used to play all around the country near. I could shoot an arrow as well as a boy. The hunting was fine. We used often to go to the sacred stone of the Indians, and I have often seen the Sioux warriors around it. It was on the prairie below town. There was room for one to lie down by it, and the rest would dance or sit in council around it. They always went to it before going into battle. They left gifts which the white people stole. I can remember taking some little thing from it myself. I passed a party of Indians with it in my hand. One of the squaws saw what I had and became very angry. She made me take it back. She seemed to feel as we would if our church had been violated. This stone was stolen by a man from the East and taken there. This loss made the Indians very angry. Little Crow was often at our house. It was much loved by us children. He used to bring us candy and maple sugar. My father was fond of him too, and said he was always honest. The Indians did not understand the white man's ways. When the white man had a big storehouse full of goods belonging to the Indians, and the Indian was cold and hungry, he could not see why he could not have what was there belonging to him, if it would keep him warm and feed him. He could not see why he should wait until the government told him it was time for him to eat and be warm, when the time they had told him before was long past. It was the deferred payments that caused the outbreak, I have often heard from the Indians. One morning in the summer of '58, we heard firing on the river. Most of the Sioux had gone to get their annuities, but a few who were late were camped near Murphy's. These had been attacked by a large band of the Chippewa. The fighting went on for hours, but the Chippewa were repulsed. That was the last battle between the Sioux and the Chippewa near here. I have often seen Indians buried on platforms elevated about 8 feet on slender poles. They used to put offerings in the trees to the Great Spirit, and to keep the evil spirits away. I remember that one of these looked like a gaily colored umbrella at a distance. I never dared go near. End of Section 50. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 51 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Mary Sherrard Phillips, 1854. At the time of the Indian Massacre in Minnesota, August 1862, John Otherday, who was married to a white woman, sent word to the agent's wife to leave the agency within an hour. This was at 9:30 at night. The trouble began at a small store a short distance from the agent's house. The shooting and fighting could be heard from the house. Otherday, with a party of 62 refugees, instead of taking them to the fort, had them ford the Minnesota River and pass through the wild country, avoiding the main traveled roads. He was never with them, would be seen in the distance on a hill to the right, and then in the opposite direction. They came to the river at Carver, where they recrossed, then to Shakopee, their old home, where I saw them. When Major Galbraith was given the office of Indian Agent at Yellow Medicine, most of his employees went with him. Mrs. Galbraith and her 3 children, and Miss Charles, a teacher, went in a one-horse buggy. They took this at the time of the outbreak, and were an other day's party. Part of the time they walked and let others ride to rest them. This little band of fugitives could make only a few miles in 24 hours. The Indians did not follow them, as they thought they would go to the fort, and then they would attack them as they neared the fort. Mrs. Galbraith and children came to Father's house. They were a sorrowful-looking band. Dr. Wakefield and Major Galbraith were at the fort. The women told us this story. The day before the outbreak, Mrs. Wakefield and her 2 children, with George Gleason, started for Fort Ridgely. They saw some Indians coming. Mrs. Wakefield said, "I am afraid," but Gleason said, "They are our own Shakopee Indians. They will not hurt us." Then as soon as they passed, they shot Gleason in the back, and he fell out of the buggy, dead. They took Mrs. Wakefield and the children captives. She was saved by one Indian taking her as his squaw. For 2 days he had them hid in a straw stack. Mother asked Mrs. Galbraith if she saved any of her silver. She replied, "When life is at stake, that is all you think of." When Colonel Sibley and his men came to Shakopee, they came mostly by boat. They pressed into service all the horses and wagons in town to transport them to the seat of the Indian war. There was only one old white horse left. That belonged to Dr. Weiser. The little antelope that passed down the Minnesota did not have room for one more. The town was packed with refugees. Every house had all it could shelter. The women did what they could to help the ones that had come there for shelter and safety, and carried them provisions and clothes. We had refugees from Henderson, Belle Plaine, St. Peter, Glencoe, and all through the country, fleeing from the Indians. The Faribault house, covered with siding, is still standing. Shakopee, or Shakopee in English, was named after Shakopee Indian chief, Little Six, who with his band had a village just across the river. He died and was buried there in the 50s. I saw the dead body in the winter, which they had elevated on a platform, held up by 4 slender poles, about 8 feet high. In the trees near the camp, they had something that looked like a closed umbrella. They had a number of these to drive away the evil spirits. The Sioux counted their money by dimes, which they called "Kosh Papi." Then they counted up to 10. 1 cha, no pa, yam ani, 2 pa, zota, Shakopee, Shako, Shakando, Nep Chunk, Wix Chimney. Then these numerals would be used as 1 cha Kosh Papi, no pa Kosh Papi, up to Wix Chimney Kosh Papi, which would be $1. I saw some squaws the day after a battle, mourning. They had lost relatives. They sat on the ground and were moaning and rocking their bodies back and forth. The squaws always carried a butcher knife in their belts. They took the point of the knife and cut the skin of their legs from the knees down to the foot, just enough so it would bleed, and a few drops trickled down these gashes. There were 3 or 4 of these squaws. In 1854, 1,500 Winnebago Indians came up the Minnesota River to Shakopee, in their birch bark and dugout canoes, which lined the shore. They were on the way to their new agency. Their agent was to meet them at Shakopee, with their government money and rations. He failed to come on the day appointed. They waited several days for him, and were angry at the delay. The citizens found the Indians were being supplied with fire water, and for their own safety they hunted for it. They found 3 barrels of it in the kitchen of a dwelling. They took it, and broke in the barrel heads and flooded the kitchen. The agent came that evening, gave the Indians their money and rations, so they went on in their canoes early the next morning. I saw them off. I was in the canoes with some of them. They gave me beads and the little tin earrings which they used by the dozens as ornaments. The river was filled with their canoes, but their ponies and other heavy baggage went on land. The Winnebagoes gave a money dance in front of the hotel. Their tom-tom music was on the porch. They formed in a semicircle. They were clad in breech-clouts, with their naked bodies painted in all the colors of the rainbow, put on in the most grotesque figures imaginable. They would sing and dance to their music, pick up the money that had been thrown them, give their Indian war whoops and yells, then fall back to form the semicircle and dance up again. This was an exciting scene, with the side and back scenery made up of hundreds of live and almost naked redskins. I saw one scalp dance by the Sioux. They had a fresh scalp, said to be off a Chippewa chief. It was stretched on a sort of hoop, formed by a green twig or limb. It was all very weird. This was in '54. The Indians enjoyed frightening the white women. They often found them alone in their homes. They were always hungry, would demand something to eat, and would take anything that pleased their fancy. My mother, Mrs. Sherrard, was very much afraid of the Indians. Once one of the braves shook his tomahawk at her through a window. I have seen a dog train in St. Paul, loaded with furs from the Hudson Bay Fur Company. End of Section 51. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 53 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty on the Central Coast of California. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Mr. Oliver K. Jones, 1857. In the summer of '62, I enlisted in Company G of the 8th Minnesota Infantry. Before the 6 regiments required of Minnesota were fully organized, the Sioux Indian massacre occurred. As fast as a company was organized, it was rushed off somewhere on the frontier to protect the white settlers and drive back the Indians. My company and Company D of the 7th Regiment were sent on a forced march to Fort Abercrombie, 250 miles northwest of St. Paul on the Red River, 12 miles down the river from Breckenridge. This garrison was besieged by Indians. All the white people in that vicinity who had not been killed or captured had fled there for protection. There was but one company of soldiers there at this time under command of Captain Vanderhorck, who had himself been wounded. This fort was nothing but a few buildings located on the open prairie on the Dakota side of the river. Earthen breastworks had been hastily thrown up for the better protection of the people within. It required constant vigilance on the part of all the soldiers to hold the garrison for the 3 or 4 weeks before our arrival. The only water supply they had was the river, some rods outside of the fort embankment. Their supply of rations had become nearly exhausted, so that on our arrival about the middle of September we found a very hungry and badly scared lot of people. There were some unburied dead, some badly wounded, and some sick. One woman who had been wounded by the Indians at Breckenridge a few days before and left for dead had regained consciousness and crawled on her hands and knees the entire 12 miles to the fort, where she was taken care of and finally recovered. 2 mornings some Indians concealed themselves among the willows which grew on the Minnesota side of the river and fired upon some teamsters who were watering their horses. One teamster died the next day. The other, although wounded, recovered after several weeks' treatment at the fort hospital. These teamsters were citizen farmers who had been pressed into service to help haul the supplies of grain and provisions to the starving people and animals at the fort. On our way to the fort, Sauk Center was the last place at which we found any settlers. Many from the surrounding country had assembled here for safety. A station with soldiers to guard it was established there, and one also at Alexandria, some miles beyond. We did not see any Indians until the day before our arrival, when a few were seen by our scouts, a mile or so from the fort. Before we came to the river, we found in the woods the mutilated remains of 2 soldiers who had been killed the day before by some Indians who attacked the escort of 8 soldiers who were returning to the fort after taking a messenger through the woods on his way to Fort Snelling to officially notify the officers in charge there of the conditions at Abercrombie. Other messengers had been sent, but it was not known whether or not they had gotten through, communication having been entirely cut off between the garrison and the settlements below. The messenger, having met our expedition, returned with us to the fort. Immediately after our arrival, details of men were set to work cutting logs to put a 12-foot stockade around the fort, to provide better protection against the Indians. Scouting parties were sent out every few days to scour the country round about from 10 to 50 miles in all directions. Our company remained at Abercrombie until the spring of '64. We never saw another Indian except the few captured by the scouting parties and brought to the fort for safe keeping. About the middle of October, when we had been at the fort for about a month, a call for volunteers was made to form a guard to some 30 Indian prisoners and take some cattle to Sauk Center. I was one of the 4 from our company. Not that I was more brave or reckless than many others, but I preferred almost anything to doing irksome guard and fatigue duties at a fort. So a little train of wagons in which to carry our camping outfit, our provisions, and the few squaws and children was made up. The guards, cattlemen, and Indian men had to walk. While on this trip, we did not suppose there was an Indian in the whole outfit who knew or could understand a word of English, so we were not at all backward about speaking our minds as to Indians in general, and some of those whom we were guarding in particular. On the 2nd or 3rd day out, I was walking along behind the wagons near one of the big buck Indians who was filling up his pipe preparatory to having a smoke. When ready for a light, he walked up alongside of me and said, "Jones, have you got any matches?" Before this, no matter what we said to him or any of the others, all we could get from them would be a grunt or a sullen look. We arrived at our destination without seeing any Indians. We turned ours over to the officer in charge at Sauk Center post. Here we had to wait a long time for a train of supplies, which was being made up at St. Cloud to be taken to Abercrombie. By this time winter had set in, and there was no need for guards, so each man of our squad was assigned a 6-mule team to drive up to the fort. If anyone thinks it is all pleasure driving and carrying for a 6-mule team from St. Cloud to Fort Abercrombie, 170 miles, in midwinter with nothing to protect him from the cold but an ordinary army uniform, including an unlined tight blue overcoat, let him try it once. That spring our company was ordered to go to Fort Ripley. Nobody knew what for. We stayed there until sometime in May, when we were ordered to Fort Ridgely to get ready for an expedition across the plains after the Indians who were somewhere between Minnesota and the Bad Lands of Dakota and Montana. In the June battle of Killdeer Mountain, '64, a cavalry boy 16 years old, as soon as the Indians were in sight, put spurs to his horse. He rode in among the Indians, killing 2 with his sword, picked up the lariat ropes of their ponies, and returned to our firing line, leading the ponies, and never received a scratch of injury to himself. The boy hero said the Indians had killed his father and mother, and he enlisted on purpose to avenge their death. On August 8, 1864, General Sully was sick and turned the entire command over to Colonel Thomas. Before noon, Indians were reported all around us. Colonel Thomas put strong guards in front, rear, and on the flanks. Firing soon commenced on all sides, the soldiers having orders to fire at an Indian whenever one was in sight. The Indians always appeared singly or in small bands on the hills, and higher ground. This mode of battle was continued until dark, when we were obliged to stop and go into camp with a strong guard all around. In the morning not an Indian was in sight. It was learned afterward that there were some 8,000 warriors engaged, and that they lost 311 killed and 600 or 700 wounded. Our losses were 9 killed and about 100 wounded. The battle was named Wahochanchaka, and was the last fighting we had with the Indians for that summer. End of section 53. Recording by Marty on the Central Coast of California.
Section 52 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Winona Chapter. Winona. Jeanette Thompson Maxwell. Mrs. Guy Maxwell. Mr. H. L. Buck, 1854. In the spring of '54, Cornelius F. Buck and his young wife located a claim and built a log cabin on the present highway just before it enters the village of Homer in Winona County. Homer at that time seemed a much more promising place than Winona. The few incidents I give are those I heard from my mother's and father's lips during my childhood. The country had been opened for settlement a year or two before, but few settlers had arrived at this time, and everything that went to make a frontier was present, even to native Indians. They were peaceable enough, but inclined to be curious, and somewhat of a nuisance. One spring morning, shortly after the cabin had been built, my mother was dressing, when, without warning of any kind, the door was opened, and in stalked a great Indian brave. My father had already gone out, and my mother was greatly frightened, but her indignation at having her privacy thus disturbed exceeded her fright, and she proceeded to scold that Indian and tell him what she thought of such conduct, finally shooing him out. He took the matter good-naturedly, grinning in a sheepish sort of way, but my mother had evidently impressed him as being pretty fierce, for among all the Indians of the neighborhood she became known as the Little Hornet. The second spring my father and another settler, securing some brass kettles, went to a maple grove a mile below their homes on the river bank, and commenced gathering sap for sugar. During the night their kettles were stolen, and suspecting some Indians who were encamped on the Wisconsin side of the river, they armed themselves to the teeth with guns, revolvers, and bowie knives, and taking a canoe, crossed the river, entered the Indian camp, and demanded to see the chief. He was told that some of his cowardly braves had stolen the paleface's kettles. The chief denied the theft. My father, allowing all his weapons to be plainly seen, again demanded the return of his kettles, and said if they were not returned by the next morning, he would make war on the chief's whole tribe and annihilate them. This was too much for the natives, and the next morning the kettles were returned. My mother, who had spent her childhood and youth in the prairie country, had never seen any hills worth mentioning. She told me that when she landed from the steamboat on which she had traveled from Galena and took up her abode under the overtopping bluffs that lined the banks of the river, and the boat disappeared in the distance, she had an overpowering feeling that she had been imprisoned far from the world, that she was shut out from civilization, and would never be able to get out of these mountains, and for several years that feeling stayed with her. The river was the only highway over which came human beings. In the winter the river still was the main traveled road, but with sleighs instead of boats. It was a rare treat for her to go as far as La Crosse. In the winter this trip was often accompanied with danger, from the uncertainty of the strength of the ice. I recall one trip she and my father made going to La Crosse one day upon the ice in the month of February. They had planned to stay overnight in the latter place and return in the morning. In the morning they hitched up the horse and drove to the river bank. But the ice had entirely disappeared during the night, and the steamboating was again good. In '62, when the Indian outbreak occurred in the West, while Winona was far removed from the danger zone, much excitement prevailed here. My father organized a company of men, of which he became captain, and the Winona Rangers marched west to help in driving back the Indian forces. They met thousands of settlers fleeing to the east. Assisting them in such ways as they might, they continued westward until they reached Lake Chetak, where they were stationed for several months. They met no Indians, but were of assistance in restoring confidence in the returning settlers. Mrs. Harriet Gleason, 1854. I was 27 years old when I came to Minnesota, landing at a town site on the Mississippi River, then known as Manton, but now known as La Crescent. My brother, Samuel Spaulding, had come the year preceding and had taken a claim near that place, and at his request I came and took a claim there also, and kept house for him. The country at that time was one almost unbroken wilderness. There were no roads of any kind, only blazed trails through the timber from one place to another. There were wild animals in those days, and still wilder Indians, though there were some good Indians. One morning a good Indian came to our place and wanted a needle and some thread, which I gave him. He said he was going away hunting and thanked me. In the evening he came back, and I lost confidence in the good Indian pretty quick. He had been drinking and wanted me to give him more whiskey. I told him that I had none, but that did not satisfy him. He kept asking for whiskey. I thought, what must I do? I gave him the camphor bottle, which he threw away, also water, with which he did the same, repeating his request for whiskey, and flourishing his tomahawk over my head. I was now thoroughly frightened, but tried not to let him see that I was. I then gave him a loaf of bread, which he took, and then he wanted me to go with him to his wigwam. I opened the door and told him to get out quick, which he did with a whoop and a run. From that time on, the Indians did not trouble us. Mrs. Bradley, 1854. When our family, the Grants, came to Winona, there were more Indians here than whites, and to one who had never seen the redskins, a vivid impression which can never be forgotten was left. There were very few houses, and the inhabitants were limited to a dozen families. End of Section 52. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 54 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea. Old Rail Fence Corners, edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Mrs. Arabella Merrit, 1859. My father's family were among the early pioneers in Martin County, Minnesota. I well remember an emergency that tried our wits, and I suppose was equal to gall for developing arm muscle in a young girl. It certainly developed patience. Much snow had fallen during the winter of 1858-9, and the sloughs, of which there were legions in that country, had frozen up in the fall, full of water. Toward the last of February, the snow began to melt. A heavy rain setting in on February 28th caused it to melt very rapidly until at last the whole prairie was flooded, making it impossible for us to leave our homes for any great distance. It was during this time that the flour and meal gave out. What could we do? Bread we must have. At last I thought of the coffee mill, one of the old-fashioned kind fastened to the wall. I filled it with wheat and went to work. Never shall I forget those long hours of grinding to furnish bread for 5 in the family. Never bread tasted sweeter. Some of the time I would grind corn for a change and make meal, not, to be sure, the fine meal of today, but we pronounced it good then. Our coffee was parched rye. While I was grinding the wheat, we had bread only twice a day. At noon for 3 weeks there was nothing on the table except baked potatoes and salt. Finally the salt gave out, and for 4 meals we had only potatoes. At last the flood abated, and my father started for Mankato, 40 miles distant, to procure some provisions. The roads were something awful, but after 3 days he returned with flour, meal, and other needed supplies. What a rejoicing to see him safely back! I was glad to be released from my job as miller. On August 21st, '62, a messenger came through our little settlement situated on East Chain Lakes in Martin County, telling us there seemed to be trouble at the Indian Agency. It was feared it might prove serious. Our settlement consisted of 6 families. As there was scarcely any ammunition in the neighborhood, one of the men started to Mankato, 40 miles distant, to procure some. When he reached Gordon City, halfway, he was told that it would not be safe to proceed. Even if he did, he could get no ammunition, as Gordon City could not secure any, and Minnesota was short. The massacre had begun on outlying country round New Ulm. Our little settlement awaited anxiously his return. He had left Saturday morning, August 22nd. Late in the afternoon of that day, my father and mother were away some little distance from the house. I was alone. Chancing to look out, I saw 20 mounted men coming across the prairie. My heart stood still. Where could I hide? At last I decided to run to our nearest neighbors about a quarter of a mile away, warn her, and we could die together. She and her 3 little children were alone, as it was her husband who had gone for ammunition. I ran, glancing back once. I could see the horsemen were increasing their speed. I reached her house and, rushing in, said, "Mrs. Fowler, the Indians are coming." Calmly, she stood up and with a white face said, "Well, we can die here as well as anywhere." Just then her little girl of 8 years with a child's curiosity ran out and peeped around the corner of the house. She came running back saying, "Why, they are white men." The reaction nearly took all our strength. I stepped out. Just then 2 of our friends from Winnebago City, 20 miles east of us, rode up. They had seen me running and hurried after me, guessing my fear that they were Indians. I went back home, where there were 20 mounted men from Winnebago City, their objective point being Jackson, 14 miles west of us, where there was a small Norwegian settlement. My mother and I got supper for them, and they went on their way. During the night, a messenger came from Winnebago asking how long since they had left. He said there were orders for them to go to Madelia. He found them before morning and turned their course for Madelia. Had they gone to Jackson, they would have been in time to prevent the massacre of 14 persons, which took place where they were holding church services. A few escaped and told that it was a band of 5 Indians that did that awful work of killing and mutilating. We were not aware of that cruel work so near us on that bright Sabbath day. Early in the spring, a son of Dr. Mills of Red Wing came, bringing with him his pretty wife and 2 children, 2 and 3 years old. They had taken land 6 miles north of us, and with the exception of an old trapper, who resided alone near them, our settlement was their nearest neighbors. On that morning my mother said to Father, "I think it would be best to go up and bring Mrs. Mills and children down here for a few days." When Father reached the Millses' home, he found that Mr. Mills had gone out on the prairie that morning to look for his yoke of oxen that had strayed away during the night. Mrs. Mills left a note for him telling where she and the children had gone and gladly came to our home. About 4 o'clock our neighbor returned saying there was no ammunition to be had and that we must all leave our homes at once. It was not safe to stay. In those days, every settler had hoops and canvas for his wagon, as those were what he had come into that part of the country with. So with all haste, the prairie schooners were prepared. With true Eastern forethought for her family, my mother put in food enough for several days, a bed, and trunk of clothes. One wagon, we found, would not hold all our goods and us too. Meantime, no word came from Mr. Mills. We left our home just at dusk, a sad band of 6 families. We took Mrs. Mills and family with us, she not knowing what might have been the fate of her husband, but bravely and quietly going with us. Every farmer drove his herd of cattle and horses. It was all they could move. One of our neighbors, Mrs. George Fowler, sister of the late Mrs. J.J. Hilmer, was confined to her bed with a babe 2 weeks old. She had to be carried on a bed in their wagon. Mr. Fowler's father, mother, and sister from New Haven, Connecticut, were spending the summer in the West with their son. We started for Winnebago City, our nearest town east. We traveled all night to make that 20 miles, making slow progress with our heavy wagons, poor roads, and herds. That country was full of sloughs at that time. Often during the night, the wagon would become stuck, and the men would unhitch the horses. We would walk out on the tongue of the wagon to more solid ground. Then they would hitch chains to the end of the tongue and pull it out. We reached Winnebago in the morning and found the people had fled in fright like ourselves. There were only a few men left to guard the post office and store. We could not find safety there. We felt more fright. Thinking we were left behind to danger, we continued our course east all that day. From all crossroads, wherever the eye turned, we could see wagon loads of people and herds of stock coming. Ask anyone where they were going, the answer would be, "Don't know, going where the crowd goes." On our second day out, Mr. Mills found us and his wife and children. I often wonder how he did in that crowd. At night, the women and children slept in the wagons while the men lay under the wagons and kept guard. Every settlement we came to was deserted, every farmhouse empty, desolation everywhere. We traveled on until the afternoon of August 25th, when we reached the town of Albert Lea. Much to our joy, we found this not deserted. There were 500 of that frightened crowd camped near Albert Lea that night. We camped near a farmhouse on the outskirts of the town. We found there some fine people who kindly took Mrs. Mills and children into the house. 5 days after our arrival at this farmhouse, Mrs. Mills gave birth to a fine boy. We stayed here several days when the news came that it was thought the trouble was over and it would be safe to return. Only 3 families returned to our settlement, the others going to relatives farther east. On the second night after reaching home, we were awakened toward morning by our neighbors saying, "There are buildings burning on the farms west of us." We arose and dressed, lighting our lamps. My father and the neighbor, Mr. Holmes Fowler, said they would creep up carefully and see what it meant. Mother and I were left alone. Father returned shortly, saying, "The vacant houses are all burned. I shall send you and Mother, Mrs. Fowler and her 3 children to Winnebago to get men to come to our rescue. We will stay here and guard our stock." 4 miles east and near our road leading to Winnebago lived 2 young men. Said Father, "You stop there and send one of the neighbors for help." We started just at break of day. When 2 miles from home, a sight met our gaze that surely froze the blood in our veins. There, a short distance from the road, quietly grazing in the tall slough grass, were 3 Indian ponies. Every moment we expected to see their riders rise from the grass and make a dash for us. Quietly we drove on, feeling more dead than alive, expecting every moment to hear that awful Indian yell. But nothing happened. During the winter, 6 months before, a band of 100 Sioux braves, their squaws and papooses, camped 6 miles west of our home. Often several of them at a time came down to the settlement. We always gave them food and never thought of being afraid of them. When they broke camp, they camped one night near our house. How well I remember taking out a milk pan of donuts and passing them around. I wonder if those donuts left an impression. 2 miles from Winnebago, we had to ford the Blue Earth River. The banks were quite steep. One of our horses was a high-spirited, full-blood Morgan mare. She always made it a point to kick when going down those banks, often coming down astride of the tongue of the wagon. My brave mother was the driver that day. We reached the bank. Carefully, with steady, dainty steps, head proudly raised, she slowly took us down that steep bank and across the river, bringing us safely upon the other side. I say she, for so much depended upon her, for her good mate was always gentle. Fully she seemed to realize the situation and fully demonstrated her love and realized the responsibility placed upon her one mate. Just before entering Winnebago, we met a company of 10 mounted men going to the help of the 3 men we had left. They returned that day accompanied by Father and his 2 neighbors bringing their herds of stock. After being in Winnebago a few days, we received word that a company of 50 mounted men from Winona were coming. They had enlisted for 30 days. They were called the Winona Rangers. After a few days they came, and we were escorted home by them. They built a barracks in our settlement and guarded a portion of that section of country for their enlisted term. The government sent the 25th Wisconsin Regiment to Winnebago where barracks were built. Portions of companies were distributed throughout the adjoining counties, a company of them taking the place of the Winona Rangers when their time was up. Owing to my mother's ill health, we removed to Homer, where her brother lived. 250 miles we went in our covered wagon through the cold and snow of November. My father had made the trip weeks before and driven our stock down. In our wagon was stored what little we could bring of our household goods. The rest was left. On Thanksgiving Day of 1862, we reached my uncle's house in the neighborhood where we now live. End of section 54. Recording by Andrea.
Section 55 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Old Rail Fence Corners, edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Keewaydin Chapter, Minneapolis, Miss Marion Moyer. Mrs. Gideon Pond, 1843. On the 23rd day of August, 1842, I was married to Robert Hopkins. He was preparing to come to the Northwest as an assistant missionary in the Dakota Mission, and in March, 1843, we started on our long journey from Ohio to Fort Snelling, sent out by the American Board. We came down the Ohio and up the Mississippi in a steamboat, stopping off for Sabbath, and had to wait a long time for a boat at Galena after spending Sunday there. We reached Fort Snelling in May after a tedious journey. From Fort Snelling we started up the Minnesota River in an open boat propelled by oars. At night we camped on the banks and cooked our supper. In the party were Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Riggs and their 2 children, and his wife's brother. Mr. Riggs was just returning from the East, where he had had some books printed in the Dakota tongue. We also had 3 men to row the boat. We suffered much from the myriads of mosquitoes. We baked our bread each day. It was simply flour and salt and water baked in a frying pan before a smoking campfire. It was very distasteful to me, and I determined to have a loaf of light bread. I had some homemade yeast cakes in my luggage, as bought yeast cakes were then unknown. I soaked one of them in a pail of river water, stirred in some flour, and soon had some nice light yeast. I mixed a loaf of bread and set it where the hot sun would keep it warm. At night it was ready to be baked, and I used a little Dutch oven which was on the boat to bake it in. The oven was like a black iron kettle, flat on the bottom, and standing on 3 little legs about 3 inches long. We placed coals under the oven, and a thick iron cover heavier than any you ever saw, we heated in the fire and placed over the oven to bake the bread on the top, while to bake it on the sides we turned the oven around. I attending the baking of my bread with great solicitude and care. While it was baking, an Indian man came into the camp and sat down by the fire. I paid no attention to him, but attended to my loaf, just as I would have done if he had not been there. Mrs. Riggs said, "You should not have let that man see your bread." I said, "Why not?" And she answered, "He may come in the night and steal it," which I thought was preposterous. In the morning I fried some bacon, made coffee, spread the breakfast on the ground, and went to get my bread, and it was gone. So the breakfast had to wait until I could mix some of the bread I disliked so much and bake it. I remember well, I thought, so this is the kind of people I have come to live among. At the point called Traverse des Sioux, we left the river and made the remainder of our journey nearly 100 miles in wagons which had been sent from the mission at Lac qui Parle to meet us. A new station was to be started at Traverse, and Mr. Riggs and 2 of the men remained there to build houses for us. We were 4 or 5 days going from Traverse to Lac qui Parle, and had many thrilling adventures. Mr. Riggs had been east a year, and had taken with him 3 young Indian men that they might see and learn something of civilized life. They were returning with us on our way to their homes. The last morning of our journey 2 of them proposed to go ahead on foot and reach their friends, as they could go faster so than in wagons. The other, being sick, remained with us. We had an extra horse, and later he was told that he might ride on to meet his friends. After some time he came tearing back. He excitedly told us that his only brother had come to meet him, and had been murdered by ambushed Ojibway Indians. We soon came to where the scalped and bleeding body lay, right across the road. The men of our party carried the body gently to one side and covered it with a canvas. In a short time we met large numbers of Indian men, armed and very much excited, in pursuit of those who had murdered their neighbor and friend. I could not understand a word they said, but their gestures and words were so fierce that I expected to be killed. They fired at our team, and one of the horses was so seriously injured that we had to stop. Mrs. Riggs and I walked the rest of the journey, 5 miles, she carrying her 15-months-old baby. This was July 4, 1843. My first baby was born on the 10th of the following September. On this last 5 miles of our journey, Indian women came out to meet us. Some of them had umbrellas and held them over us. They seemed to know that this was a terrible adventure for us. One of them put her arms around me and tried to help me on, and was as kind as any white woman. They offered to carry Mrs. Riggs's baby, but the little thing was afraid of them and cried so that they could not. Mrs. Riggs kept saying over and over again, "Fear not, little flock, for it is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom." The Indians seemed to me very poor indeed. They had for many years depended upon the buffalo, but now these were growing very scarce, and no longer furnished a living for them. The Indian women each year planted small patches of corn with only their hoes for plows. They raised only small amounts, and they had no storehouses. Sometimes they buried their supply of food for the coming spring in holes in the ground, but dared not mark the place for fear of having their supplies stolen, so they were not always able to find it when it was wanted. In the fall they gathered wild rice, which they threshed by flailing it in buffalo skins. In the spring they made a little maple sugar. They were often very short of food and suffered from hunger. One day I cooked a squash, putting the parings in a swill pail. An old Indian woman came in and made loud cries of dismay when she saw my wastefulness, saying, "Why did you throw this away?" She then gathered them carefully out of the pail and carried them home in her blanket to cook. Pies that were set out on the window sill to cool disappeared also. This first winter was spent at Lac qui Parle, or Medeeada, the lake that speaks, in both tongues. I was told that it was so named from a remarkable echo about the lake. I kept house in a little room on the second floor of a log house. Dr. Williamson and his family lived on the lower floor. One day as I was alone sitting at my table writing, the door of my room opened and a hideously painted Indian came in. His face, as nearly as I can remember, was painted half red and half black with white streaks across. A band around his head contained a number of large feathers, indicating the number of enemies he had killed. He evidently hoped to frighten me terribly. I determined I would try not to let him know how frightened I was. I sat still at my table and kept on with my writing, and in a short time he went downstairs again. This Indian was the famous Little Crow, the leader of the outbreak of 1862. Afterwards, my second husband, Mr. Pond, tried to teach Little Crow to read music, and he told me that he had double teeth all around. Little Crow learned to sing and had a fine voice. He was a fine-looking fellow without his paint, tall, slender, and strong-looking. In the spring of 1844, April 4, we started on our journey back to Traverse des Sioux. We had a snowstorm on the way, but reached our new home in peace and safety. This was a one-room log cabin with a little attic above. The Indians here were not quite as friendly as those at Lac qui Parle, and seemed to wish we had never come among them. I had a class of all the little Indian girls that I could persuade to come to school. Their parents seemed very much opposed to having their children learn to read, sew, cook, or anything else. I think they had an idea that in some way we would be paid for our trouble in teaching them, and that it would be to their disadvantage when they sold their land. At any rate, only a few girls came to the school. In order to make my task of teaching them less unpleasant, I provided basins, towels, soap, and combs, and requested them to use them each day as they came in. Contrary to my expectations, they seemed to delight in these morning ablutions, especially if I brought a mirror so they might see themselves. One of these girls was an especial favorite of mine. She came quite regularly, and seemed interested in trying to learn all she could. She was about 15 years old. The girls had to walk about a mile through the deep snow to reach the school. One day this favorite girl was absent. I asked why she was not there, but the other girls did not know. The next day again she was absent, and the other girls told me the reason was because she did not wish to marry a man who had bought her and had 3 wives already. That day her parents went for food from a store of provisions which they had, leaving her at home to care for the younger children. While they were gone, she committed suicide by hanging herself. The Indian tents were heated by making a fire on the ground in the center, and smoke partially escaping through a hole in the top. On each side of this fire they drove a forked stick into the ground, and laying a pole across these sticks, hung on it their utensils for cooking. To this pole this poor Indian girl had tied a rope attached to a strap about her neck, and, the pole being low, had lifted her feet from the ground and hanged herself rather than marry a man she did not love. One day when I was alone in my house at Oiyuwega, or Traverse des Sioux, an Indian man came softly in and sat down by the stove. I soon saw that he was drunk, which frightened me a little. I said nothing to him except to answer his questions, because I did not wish to rouse his anger. Presently he reached to the stove and lifted a griddle, and I thought he was going to strike me. The griddles on the cook stoves, then, each had its handle attached, instead of having a separate handle. I slipped out of the door, and soon he went away. Later he came back and said, "They tell me I was going to strike you the other day. I was drunk, and that is my reason. I would not have done it if I had been sober." I accepted his apology, thinking it a good one for an unlearned Indian. The treaty between the U.S. government and the Dakota Indians was made in July of 1851. The commissioners of the government, 3 in number, came in June. Their chief was Luke Lee. There were no houses where the white people could be entertained, so they camped in tents on the bluffs of the Minnesota River near an old trading house, occupied at that time by Mr. LeBlanc. The bluff was not an abrupt one, but formed a series of terraces from the river to the summit. The camp was on one of these terraces. There was a scarce fringe of trees along the river, but from there to the top, and as far back as the eye could see, perhaps for 2 miles back on the bluff, there was not a bush or tree. A great many white men assembled, Governor Ramsey, General Sibley, Hon. H.M. Rice, editors also from some of our newspapers, among them Mr. Goodhue of the Pioneer Press, were there. Traders, too, came to collect debts from the Indians when they should receive the pay for their land. Mr. and Mrs. Richard Shute of St. Anthony came. Accidentally their tent had been left behind, and they found a boarding place with me. The Indians were there in great numbers. Many of them were from the far west, and these were much more uncouth and savage looking than any who lived around us. Some of their women wore no garment but the skin of animals, which formed a skirt reaching from a few inches above the waist to the knee and hung from the shoulders by straps. The Indians pitched their tents on different terraces of the bluff some little distance away from the white people's camp. Daily the Indians had their feasts, dances, and games of different sorts. They seemed a little afraid to treat, were afraid of being wronged, and were very cautious. The commissioners were very kind to them, and treated them with great respect. They prepared for a great celebration of the 4th of July. The mission families, Hopkins and Huggins, were invited to be present. Mr. Hopkins was asked to make an address and lead in the opening prayer. He rose early that fair beautiful morning, and went, as was his custom, for a bath in the river. I made haste to prepare breakfast for my family of 7. My youngest child was 7 weeks old that day. But the father never came back, and the body was found 3 days later. There were 4 white women at the place at that time: Mrs. Huggins, the wife of the other missionary, Miss Amanda Wilson, a mission school teacher, Mrs. Shute, a fair, beautiful young woman visitor, and myself. We were just a short distance from the old crossing called by the Dakotas Oiuwega, and by the French Traverse des Sioux. In September I went back to my mother in Ohio with my 3 little children. Mr. and Mrs. Riggs were going east, too, for a visit, and again I journeyed with them. As there was a large party of us, and the American board which paid our expenses was not wealthy, Mr. Riggs thought we ought not to travel first class, so we went in the second-class coaches. The seats were hard, like benches. My daughter, Sadie, then 2½ years old, was taken sick and cried and begged for water, but there was none. I was in the deepest distress at not being able to give the poor sick little thing a drink. In the night the train stopped somewhere for water, and a young man, whom I could not remember ever having seen before, got off and bought a cup of water for 25 cents and gave it to the poor sick baby. If I have thought of that young man since, I have thought hundreds, perhaps thousands, of times of him, and wished that I could thank him again and tell him what a beautiful thing he did. I remained with my mother till I was married to Mr. Pond in April 1854. Again this Northwest became my home. The Indians had sold their land to the government and been sent farther west. The country was filling up with white settlers. Bloomington has been my home ever since. When I came to Bloomington as a bride, there were 7 motherless children of the first Mrs. Pond, the eldest being about 15 years old. I brought with me my 3 fatherless children, so our family numbered 12. Our home was a log house of 6 rooms. There were no schools anywhere within our reach. Every morning our children and some of our neighbors gathered about our long kitchen table, which was our dining table as well, for their lessons taught by the mother or one of the older children. There were no sewing machines to make the numerous garments necessary for our family, no lamps, no kerosene. We made our own candles as well as our own bread and butter and cheese and soap. Our lives were as busy as lives could be. In the summer of 1856 we made bricks on our own place with which we built the house where I have lived ever since. Mr. McLeod was our nearest neighbor. North of us I cannot remember that we had any nearer than Minneapolis. Down toward Fort Snelling lived Mr. Quinn in a little bit of a house. One night Mr. Pond was at the old Sibley house at Mendota when a number of traders were there. During the evening, as they told stories and made merry, many of the traders told of the joys of sleeping out of doors with nothing between them and the starry sky, how they never minded how hard the bed was if they could only see the green trees around them and the stars above. Mr. Pond, who also had had experience in outdoor sleeping, said that he liked nature too, but he preferred to sleep, when he could, with a roof over him and a good bed beneath him. After some laughter and joking on the subject, the traders, one by one, stole out and gathering up all the feather beds the house afforded, heaped them upon the bed in the attic which Mr. Pond was to occupy, thinking that he would at once see the joke and return their beds to them. Instead, he climbed upon the mountain of feathers, laughing at the joke on his would-be tormentors, and slept comfortably all night, while they had to spend the night on hard boards. He loved to tell this story of how the laugh was on them. End of Section 55.
Section 56 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Mrs. E. R. Pond, 1843. After the Indian outbreak, the different tribes were broken up, and outside Indians called to the leadership. A little, wavy-haired Indian named Flute was one of these. He had never learned to wear the white man's footgear. With a number of others he was taken to Washington. He went as a chief, and soon after his return came one day to my door. He was a keen observer, and, I knew, would have something interesting to tell of his journey, so I was glad to ask him about it. He began by saying that when he had seen the young Indians all dressed up in suits of store clothes, especially in long boots, he thought they must be very comfortable. He was very glad when he reached Yankton to put on a suit of white man's clothes. He said all those who were going on the trip were put into a car where there was not room to lie or sit down, and were in it for 2 nights. When he got off at Chicago, he found his feet and legs were very sore from his new boots. When he saw all the people in Chicago, he thought, "It seems very strange that Little Crow should be such a fool as to think he could conquer the white man." Little Crow had been to Washington, and knew how many men Grandfather, President, had. He knew he had a great many soldiers, but he also knew he was having a big war. There were so many people in Chicago that I thought he must have summoned the young men from all over the country that we might be impressed by their number. And they were all in such a hurry, no one had time to stop anywhere. We finally reached New York, and were taken up in a building, and allowed to stay there and rest several days. We wondered a good deal what they would do in case of fire, but supposed they never had any. We asked the interpreter about it. One evening there was an unusual noise. It was always noisy, but this was everything noise. Then the interpreter came and said, "Come quick now and see how Grandfather fights fire." We went downstairs quick, and every man was calling as loud as he could. All of a sudden we heard a great bell ringing, and there were a number of those little men with horses hitched to something that looked like buffalo's paunch with entrails rolled around it. They had a great many ladders, and how they did it I don't know, but they went to work like squirrels and climbed one ladder above another until they reached the top. White men are wonderful. They ran up just like squirrels and took the buffalo entrails with them. Through water, zip! Pretty soon all dark. Fire gone. We stayed in Grandfather's country 3 or 4 weeks. Tobacco was plenty, very strong, no good. We walked about in Washington a good deal. One day we saw some red willow on Little Island. Little bridge led to island. We thought we could cross over and get some red willow to go with strong tobacco. 2 or 3 went over to get it. After they began to cut it, one looked up and said, "Why, Grandfather didn't want us to come here, and there were men with little sticks, and they just made a few motions and broke the bridge." Then we saw a boat coming. As soon as it got through and the bridge was mended, we thought we had better start back. So we started over, and pretty soon a train of cars was coming. We couldn't go back, were afraid to stay on bridge, so dropped down and held on to beam while train went by. Bridge shook dreadfully. We hurried back and thought we would use white man's tobacco as it was. All the while Flute was telling this story, he was gesticulating with motions appropriate to the story, and often reiterating, "Little Crow is a fool," and crying, "Hey!" Mrs. John Brown, 1852. The Sioux Indians did not often give a child to be brought up by white people, but Jane Williamson, Aunt Jane, took little Susan and David, two very young Dakota children, to see what environment would do for the Indian. Later, they were placed in other families. Little Susan, though a Sioux Indian, was dreadfully afraid of Indians, having always lived with the white people. One day in 1852, when all the men about the two places were busy plowing the field back of our house, Mrs. Whalen, with whom little Susan lived, felt nervous as a number of Indians had been seen about. So she took little Susan and come to spend the day with me, her nearest neighbor. The house was just a small temporary board one. Little Susan asked for a piece of bread and butter, and went out and sat on the Indian mound by the house to eat it. Here the Indians must have seen her, for soon after she went back into the house. 20 Indians came into the yard and up to the open doorway, the door not yet being hung. 12 Indians filed in and filled the room. My baby was in the cradle by the door. Little Susan, Mrs. Whalen, and I were also in the room. The braves began to ask questions about little Susan. "Is she good squaw? We are Sioux, and love little Sioux girl. We want to shake hands with her." They passed her along, one handing her hand to another, till the one nearest the door pushed her out. The Indians outdoors shot her through the arm and breast, and she fell forward. I seized my baby from the cradle, and looking out the door, saw that 5 or 6 of the Indians had their feet on little Susan's breast, scalping her. I screamed for the men who were hidden from view by the trees between the house and clearing. When they reached the house, the Indians, Chippewas, were gone. For months afterwards, arrowheads and other things which they had dropped in their flight were found about the place. One large bundle was found in the yard. There is a stone in memory of little Susan in the Bloomington Cemetery. Often as I came up the hill from the spring with water, an Indian would softly cross the path in his moccasined feet and give me such a start that I nearly dropped my pail of water. This spring is the one from which the Minneapolis Automobile Club, situated on the Minnesota River, draws its supply. Just a little west of the clubhouse is the place where little Susan was killed, also an Indian mound and the marks of an old trail. One day an Indian walked into my house and asked me for a whetstone. I gave it, not daring to refuse him. He sat down and sharpened his knife, feeling its edge and pointing often and looking significantly at me. A Shakopee Indian once said to Mr. James Brown, keeper of the ferry, "Our pond's a good deal better man than your pond. Your pond preaches for nothing, but our pond preaches for nothing and gives a good deal to the church." Mr. Pond once met a Shakopee Indian on the trail, and neither would turn out for the other. They ran into each other bump. Indian said "Ho." Mr. Pond said "Ho." Each continued on his way. End of Section 56. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Section 57 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Rochester Chapter. Belle Boynton Welch, Mrs. E. A. Welch, Miss Ida Wing, Marion L. Dibble, 1855. After a tedious journey alternating between steamboats and railroad cars, we arrived at Red Wing. Here father left us and went on foot to his new home. Procuring a yoke of oxen from a kind neighbor, he returned to Red Wing and brought us there. Our first work was to cover our bark roof with sods taken from our future garden, and to build a stone fireplace to warm our house and cook our food. The country was wild prairie with some strips of timber along the branches of Zumbro River, which ran about a mile east of our house, along the banks of which river could be seen the remains of Indian teepees, and their paths crossed the country in all directions. Game and fish were very plentiful. During our first winter, we had a deer hung on every rafter on the north side of the house. Our supply of meat for the first year or two depended upon our success as hunters and fishermen. Mr. M. G. Cobb, 1857. In July 1857, I walked from High Forest to Austin to record a deed. The distance was 35 miles, and as there were no roads, I was guided by my compass. I passed only 3 houses on the way. I found no one at home, and was unsuccessful in my endeavor to get a drink of water. I made the journey on Sunday and a hot July day. There was no means of getting water from the wells, as there were no pumps. Water was drawn from the wells by a rope and bucket. I looked into the window of one house, and could see the bucket and rope in the kitchen, but the houses were locked. So I traveled wearily on until I reached Austin, when my tongue fairly hung out of my mouth, and was so swollen that I could not speak aloud for 2 hours. I made this trip in one day. I could have mailed the deed, as there was a stagecoach carrying the mail once a week. But I was a young man, and thought I could easily walk that distance, and then be sure that my business was attended to properly. 2 rival stagecoach lines went from Chatfield to Winona. It took a whole day to make the trip, a stop being made for dinner at a village called Enterprise. The regular fare for the trip was $2.50. The stagecoaches started from Madara Hotel, Chatfield. This hotel is still there, and is called by the same name. Walker and Company ran one of the lines. It was Mr. Walker who first accosted me and said, "If you will go with me, I will take you for 50 cents. I answered that I had a lady friend who was going on the same trip, and Mr. Walker at once agreed to take her also at the same price, 50 cents. A little later I was accosted by Mr. Burbank, who had established stage lines on the most important routes in Minnesota, and he was endeavoring to run out his rival, Mr. Walker. He asked me to go with him. I told him that Walker had agreed to take me for 50 cents, wherewith Mr. J. Burbank declared, "Well, I will take you for nothing, and pay for your dinner besides." End of section 57. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 59 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Shepard. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Judge Loren Cray, 1859. In the early spring of '59, my father and brother-in-law started with teams of oxen and covered wagons from our home near Oshkosh, Wisconsin, to seek a location in the West where homes could be had, quote, "without money and without price," unquote, in the great new state of Minnesota. In October of '59, all of the earthly belongings of my father, being my mother, 7 children, and a handful of household goods, were loaded into a wagon drawn by a pair of unbroken steers, and we started for our new home with great anticipations. Our 2 cows were driven behind the wagon. My elder brother drove the steers attached to the wagon, and we, the younger children, drove the cows. And in the short period of precisely 30 days, we reached our new home in the western part of Shelby County. Now we make the trip in 12 hours. but our loads were heavy for the teams we had, and through Wisconsin sand and good Minnesota mud we made scarcely more than 10 miles a day, camping at night in and under our wagons. The year had been a peculiar one in Wisconsin. There had been severe frost at some time in every month during the entire summer, and corn and other produce were badly frostbitten. By October 1st, all vegetation was brown and dead. But there had been much rain in Minnesota, evidently preventing frosts, and when we crossed the great Father of Waters at La Crosse, much swollen and turbid, we were greeted by green foliage and the freshness of spring. Vegetation was rank, grass tender, crops good, foliage magnificent, and boy-like, I at once fell in love with Minnesota. We entered Blue Earth County near the southeast corner, and went as nearly directly west as possible, passing Minnesota Lake near the north shore, camping for the last time very close to the north shore of Lura Lake, where we spent the night. My recollection of the southern part of this county is that it was mostly low and level, with a wonderful growth of wild grasses. The lands were nearly all taken, and there were seen here and there settlers' shanties, and in some places quite comfortable homes, until we crossed the Blue Earth River west of Shelbyville, when, after leaving the settlers' cabins in or near the river timber, the picture was wild and dreary to the very limit. Save a few cabins and claim shanties in the vicinity of the mounds, one could look from the river west, southwest, and northwest, and not a sign of human life or habitation could be seen. We were 4 miles from Shelbyville, and to get our mail we must go this distance and cross the Blue Earth River, either in a canoe or by fording. I remember one occasion in the very early spring, when the river was scarcely free from ice and was badly swollen, filling its banks. 5 or 6 of us neighbors started for Shelbyville on foot to get our mail, and to hear the postmaster read the news from the weekly St. Paul paper, which came to him, there being at that time, I think, no newspaper taken west of the river. We reached the river. The ice had gone out, and the boat was on the other side. We agreed to draw cuts and decide who should swim the river and get the boat. The lot fell upon Jonah, and I have had chills ever since. I am not quite certain that the cuts were fairly held. Father's claim was not a very desirable one. Soon after he had taken it, a man named Sam Tate came into the country and jumped a claim which adjoined ours upon the east, and was the making of a much more desirable farm than ours. He succeeded in holding the claim. A few days after our arrival, a prairie fire came from the west, and with a brisk wind swept the whole country with a very besom of destruction. We came near losing everything we had. Sam was a loser. Quite a quantity of his hay was destroyed. Very shortly after the fire, he made us an informal call, and in language not the most polite but very emphatic, declared his intention to leave the country at once, and offered to sell us his claim. We bought it, 160 acres of land, 3 acres broken, a small stock of hay not burned, his sod stable and board shanty. For the purchase price we gave him a shotgun and hauled 2 loads of his goods to Mankato. This was my first visit to Mankato. We removed our shanty to our new purchase at once. 2 years ago my brother and I sold the farm for $9,600, and it was well worth it. It seemed at first in those early days impossible to have social relations with anyone. Neighbors, as we had known them, we had none. The nearest settlers were a mile distant from us, and there were but 4 or 5 families nearer than 2 or 3 miles distant. But we soon learned that we had neighbors even though the distance was considerable. First one neighbor and then another would extend to every family in the vicinity an invitation to spend an afternoon or an evening. Someone would hitch his oxen to his wagon or sled, and going from house to house, gather up a full load, well rounded up, and then at the usual gait for such conveyances, we rode and visited and sang until we reached the appointed place, where perhaps 8, 10, or a dozen persons spent the afternoon or evening, in the one little room where the meal was being prepared and the table spread. There were no sets or clans, no grades of society, all belonged to the select 400, and all were treated and fared alike. Friendships were formed which were never broken, and when recalled, always revive tender memories. August 18, 1862, the Sioux Indian troubles began. There were no railroads, no telegraph or telephone lines, but one stage line, and I could never understand how the reports of these troubles traveled as fast as they did. On August 19th, this whole country had reasonably reliable information of the uprising. A neighbor came to our house in the night, neighbor went to neighbor, and so the news traveled. The men were in a fury of excitement and anxiety, the women and children were quaking with fear. Wagons were hastily loaded with women and children, and a little food, animals were turned loose to provide for themselves. Houses were left unlocked, oxen were hitched to the wagons, and a general stampede was started toward the east, with all eyes turned toward the west. No one knew whither they were going, they only knew that they dare not stay. A halt was made at Shelbyville, the strongest buildings were selected for occupancy, the women and children were placed inside, and the men acted as pickets. In our whole country there were scarcely a dozen guns. The reports came worse and worse, and another pell-mell stampede began for the east, some stopping at Wilton, Owatonna, and Rochester. After waiting 2 or 3 weeks and hearing encouraging reports, some of the more venturesome returned to their homes with their families, only to remain a few days, and to be again driven away by the near proximity of the Indians and the sickening reports of their savage murders. This condition continued until late in the fall, when, under the general belief that the Indians would not move on the warpath in the winter, the greater number of settlers returned to their homes to save what they could of their nearly destroyed and wasted crops. Some never returned. With feelings of partial security, and encouraged by their escape from slaughter thus far, the settlers remained at their homes, under an intense strain of anxiety, but nearly undisturbed until 1864, when the rumblings and rumors of Indian troubles were again heard. But the settlers were not so easily terrified as before, and held their ground. On the 11th day of August, 1864, after quite a long period of comparative repose and freedom from Indian disturbances, a party of 6 or 8 Indians suddenly appeared in the edge of the timber on the east side of the Blue Earth, near the town line of Shelby and Vernon, and taking wholly by surprise Mr. Noble G. Root and his 2 sons, who were stacking grain, shot and killed Mr. Root and seriously wounded one, and I think both, of his sons. These Indians then crossed the river in a westerly direction, reaching the open country where the Willow Creek Cemetery now is. On that day, Mr. Charles Mack of Willow Creek, with his team and more, had gone to the farm of Mr. Hindman, a short distance southwest of Willow Creek, to mow hay for Mr. Hindman, and in exchange Mr. Hindman had gone to the farm of Mr. Mack to assist Mr. Jesse Mack in stacking grain. Mr. Mack and Mr. Hindman were loading grain directly across the road from the cemetery, when, on looking toward the road, but a few rods away, they saw some Indians coming directly toward them. They both hastily got upon the load, and Mr. Mack whipped his horses into a run. When in crossing a dead furrow, Mr. Hindman was thrown from the load, pitchfork in hand, striking his face in the stubble and dirt. Rubbing the dirt from his eyes as best he could so that he could see, he started to run, and when he was able to open his eyes, he discovered that he was running directly toward the Indians. He reversed the engine somewhat suddenly, put on a little more steam, and made splendid time in the other direction toward the creek bed, less than a quarter of a mile away. Once in the creek, the water of which was very shallow at that time, he followed the bed of the creek for nearly a quarter of a mile, and then stopped to rest and to wash the blood and dirt from his face. Soon he left the stream and started up the bluff on the opposite side, which was quite steep and covered thickly with timber and brush. When nearly at the top of the bluff, he came to a little opening in the brush, and looking ahead about 100 feet, he saw those Indians deliberately watching his approach. Utterly exhausted and unnerved, he dare not run. He paused, and in a moment a burly Indian drew a large knife and started directly toward him. Concluding that his day of reckoning had come, Mr. Hindman took the position of a soldier, with his pitchfork at charge bayonets, and awaited the approach of the Indian. The Indian came to within a few feet of Mr. Hindman and stopped. Each stood, looked, and waited for the other to open the meeting. Finally, the Indian turned as if to retreat, and Mr. Hindman turned again toward the creek. He then followed the creek bed down to the house of Mr. Charles Mack, where he found a pony belonging to himself, which he had ridden there that morning, and started with all speed for his own home, where he arrived just before dark. His children were gone, his house ransacked, nearly everything broken or destroyed, and in the meadow a short distance from the house, was the dead body of Mr. Charles Mack. By this time darkness had set in. His wife had gone that day about 2 miles to the house of Mr. Jesse Thomas to attend a neighborhood quilting. He again mounted his pony and started across the prairie for that place. When about half the distance had been made, his pony looked sharply through the semi-darkness in the direction indicated, and there, about 300 feet away, were the Indians. 4 of them were mounted, the remainder on foot. Mr. Hyman put whip and spur to his pony and ran him for about a mile. Then he stopped in a valley to listen for the Indians, but he did not hear or see them. On arriving at the house of Jesse Thomas, he found it deserted, ransacked, and nearly everything destroyed. It proved that his children saw the Indians attack Mr. Mack, and ran from the house and secreted themselves in the very tall grass in the slough in which Mr. Mack was moving, and escaped with their lives. The ladies at the quilting had a visit from the Indians. They saw them approaching from a belt of timber but a few rods away, and escaping by way of a back door to a cornfield which came quite up to the house. All of their lives were saved. The Indians secured the horses of Mr. Root, and also those of Mr. Charles Mack, and those of Mr. Stevens, whose horses were at the place of the quilting. No more honest men, kind-hearted and generous neighbors, or hardy pioneers, ever gave their lives in the defense of their property and their families than were Charles Mack and noble G. Root. A man was asked, "Why did you return to the West, after having gone back to New York and having spent 2 years there?" His answer was, "Neighbors. Would you want to spend your life where the people 20 feet away do not know your name or care whether you live or die? We used to have neighbors in the West, but when our baby died in New York, not a person came near us, and we went alone to the cemetery. We thought we would come back home." How very many have had nearly the same experience. In the congested districts, it seems to be everyone for himself. On the frontier, a settler becomes ill, and his grain is sown, planted, and harvested. Who buy? Neighbors. A widow buries her husband, and again the neighbors come. It is no light thing for one to leave his own harvest and go miles to save the crop of another. But it is and has been done times without number by those who are tried and true neighbors. And the sentiment which prompts such kindly acts counts for something sometime, and it means something in making up the sum total of happiness in this short life of ours. What did we have to eat that first year? Potatoes and corn. No flour, no meat, some milk. I doubt whether there was a barrel of flour within 3 miles of our home. No wheat had been raised, no hogs had been fattened. Corn and potatoes were the only food. End of section 59, recording by Doug Shepard. Section 59 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Shepard. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Judge Loren Cray, 1859. In the early spring of '59, my father and brother-in-law started with teams of oxen and covered wagons from our home near Oshkosh, Wisconsin, to seek a location in the West where homes could be had, quote, "without money and without price," unquote, in the great new state of Minnesota. In October of '59, all of the earthly belongings of my father, being my mother, 7 children, and a handful of household goods, were loaded into a wagon drawn by a pair of unbroken steers, and we started for our new home with great anticipations. Our 2 cows were driven behind the wagon. My elder brother drove the steers attached to the wagon, and we, the younger children, drove the cows. And in the short period of precisely 30 days, we reached our new home in the western part of Shelby County. Now we make the trip in 12 hours. But our loads were heavy for the teams we had, and through Wisconsin sand and good Minnesota mud, we made scarcely more than 10 miles a day, camping at night in and under our wagons. The year had been a peculiar one in Wisconsin. There had been severe frost at some time in every month during the entire summer, and corn and other produce were badly frostbitten. By October 1st, all vegetation was brown and dead. but there had been much rain in Minnesota, evidently preventing frosts, and when we crossed the great Father of Waters at La Crosse, much swollen and turbid, we were greeted by green foliage and the freshness of spring. Vegetation was rank, grass tender, crops good, foliage magnificent, and boy-like, I at once fell in love with Minnesota. We entered Blue Earth County near the southeast corner, and went as nearly directly west as possible, passing Minnesota Lake near the north shore, camping for the last time very close to the north shore of Lura Lake, where we spent the night. My recollection of the southern part of this county is that it was mostly low and level, with a wonderful growth of wild grasses. The lands were nearly all taken, and there were seen here and there settlers' shanties, and in some places quite comfortable homes, until we crossed the Blue Earth River west of Shelbyville, when, after leaving the settlers' cabins in or near the river timber, the picture was wild and dreary to the very limit. Save a few cabins and claim shanties in the vicinity of the mounds, one could look from the river west, southwest, and northwest, and not a sign of human life or habitation could be seen. We were 4 miles from Shelbyville, and to get our mail we must go this distance and cross the Blue Earth River, either in a canoe or by fording. I remember one occasion in the very early spring, when the river was scarcely free from ice and was badly swollen, filling its banks. 5 or 6 of us neighbors started for Shelbyville on foot to get our mail, and to hear the postmaster read the news from the weekly St. Paul paper, which came to him, there being at that time, I think, no newspaper taken west of the river. We reached the river. The ice had gone out, and the boat was on the other side. We agreed to draw cuts and decide who should swim the river and get the boat. The lot fell upon Jonah, and I have had chills ever since. I am not quite certain that the cuts were fairly held. Father's claim was not a very desirable one. Soon after he had taken it, a man named Sam Tate came into the country and jumped a claim which adjoined ours upon the east, and was the making of a much more desirable farm than ours. He succeeded in holding the claim. A few days after our arrival, a prairie fire came from the west, and with a brisk wind swept the whole country with a very besom of destruction. We came near losing everything we had. Sam was a loser. Quite a quantity of his hay was destroyed. Very shortly after the fire, he made us an informal call, and in language not the most polite but very emphatic, declared his intention to leave the country at once, and offered to sell us his claim. We bought it, 160 acres of land, 3 acres broken, a small stock of hay not burned, his sod stable and board shanty. For the purchase price we gave him a shotgun, and hauled 2 loads of his goods to Mankato. This was my first visit to Mankato. We removed our shanty to our new purchase at once. 2 years ago my brother and I sold the farm for $9,600, and it was well worth it. It seemed at first in those early days impossible to have social relations with anyone. Neighbors, as we had known them, we had none. The nearest settlers were a mile distant from us, and there were but 4 or 5 families nearer than 2 or 3 miles distant. But we soon learned that we had neighbors even though the distance was considerable. First one neighbor and then another would extend to every family in the vicinity an invitation to spend an afternoon or an evening. Someone would hitch his oxen to his wagon or sled, and going from house to house, gather up a full load, well rounded up, and then at the usual gait for such conveyances, we rode and visited and sang until we reached the appointed place, where perhaps 8, 10, or a dozen persons spent the afternoon or evening, in the one little room where the meal was being prepared and the table spread. There were no sets or clans, no grades of society. All belonged to the select 400, and all were treated and fared alike. Friendships were formed which were never broken, and when recalled, always revive tender memories. August 18, 1862, the Sioux Indian troubles began. There were no railroads, no telegraph or telephone lines, but one stage line, and I could never understand how the reports of these troubles traveled as fast as they did. On August 19th, this whole country had reasonably reliable information of the uprising. A neighbor came to our house in the night, neighbor went to neighbor, and so the news traveled. The men were in a fury of excitement and anxiety, the women and children were quaking with fear. Wagons were hastily loaded with women and children, and a little food. Animals were turned loose to provide for themselves. Houses were left unlocked. Oxen were hitched to the wagons, and a general stampede was started toward the east, with all eyes turned toward the west. No one knew whither they were going. They only knew that they dare not stay. A halt was made at Shelbyville. The strongest buildings were selected for occupancy, the women and children were placed inside, and the men acted as pickets. In our whole country there were scarcely a dozen guns. The reports came worse and worse, and another pell-mell stampede began for the east, some stopping at Wilton, Owatonna, and Rochester. After waiting 2 or 3 weeks and hearing encouraging reports, some of the more venturesome returned to their homes with their families, only to remain a few days, and to be again driven away by the near proximity of the Indians and the sickening reports of their savage murders. This condition continued until late in the fall, when, under the general belief that the Indians would not move on the warpath in the winter, the greater number of settlers returned to their homes to save what they could of their nearly destroyed and wasted crops. Some never returned. With feelings of partial security, and encouraged by their escape from slaughter thus far, the settlers remained at their homes, under an intense strain of anxiety, but nearly undisturbed until 1864, when the rumblings and rumors of Indian troubles were again heard. But the settlers were not so easily terrified as before, and held their ground. On the 11th day of August, 1864, after quite a long period of comparative repose and freedom from Indian disturbances, a party of 6 or 8 Indians suddenly appeared in the edge of the timber on the east side of the Blue Earth, near the town line of Shelby and Vernon, and taking wholly by surprise Mr. Noble G. Root and his 2 sons, who were stacking grain, shot and killed Mr. Root and seriously wounded one, and I think both, of his sons. These Indians then crossed the river in a westerly direction, reaching the open country where the Willow Creek Cemetery now is. On that day, Mr. Charles Mack of Willow Creek, with his team and mower, had gone to the farm of Mr. Hindman, a short distance southwest of Willow Creek, to mow hay for Mr. Hindman, and in exchange Mr. Hindman had gone to the farm of Mr. Mack to assist Mr. Jesse Mack in stacking grain. Mr. Mack and Mr. Hindman were loading grain directly across the road from the cemetery, when, on looking toward the road, but a few rods away, they saw some Indians coming directly toward them. They both hastily got upon the load, and Mr. Mack whipped his horses into a run. When in crossing a dead furrow, Mr. Hindman was thrown from the load, pitchfork in hand, striking his face in the stubble and dirt. Rubbing the dirt from his eyes as best he could so that he could see, he started to run, and when he was able to open his eyes, he discovered that he was running directly toward the Indians. He reversed the engine somewhat suddenly, put on a little more steam, and made splendid time in the other direction toward the creek bed, less than 1/4 of a mile away. Once in the creek, the water of which was very shallow at that time, he followed the bed of the creek for nearly 1/4 of a mile, and then stopped to rest and to wash the blood and dirt from his face. Soon he left the stream and started up the bluff on the opposite side, which was quite steep and covered thickly with timber and brush. When nearly at the top of the bluff, he came to a little opening in the brush, and looking ahead about 100 feet, he saw those Indians deliberately watching his approach. Utterly exhausted and unnerved, he dare not run. He paused, and in a moment a burly Indian drew a large knife and started directly toward him. Concluding that his day of reckoning had come, Mr. Hindman took the position of a soldier, with his pitchfork at charge bayonets, and awaited the approach of the Indian. The Indian came to within a few feet of Mr. Hindman and stopped. Each stood, looked, and waited for the other to open the meeting. Finally, the Indian turned as if to retreat, and Mr. Hindman turned again toward the creek. He then followed the creek bed down to the house of Mr. Charles Mack, where he found a pony belonging to himself, which he had ridden there that morning, and started with all speed for his own home, where he arrived just before dark. His children were gone, his house ransacked, nearly everything broken or destroyed, and in the meadow a short distance from the house was the dead body of Mr. Charles Mack. By this time darkness had set in. His wife had gone that day about 2 miles to the house of Mr. Jesse Thomas to attend a neighborhood quilting. He again mounted his pony and started across the prairie for that place. When about half the distance had been made, his pony looked sharply through the semi-darkness in the direction indicated, and there, about 300 feet away, were the Indians. 4 of them were mounted, the remainder on foot. Mr. Hyman put whip and spur to his pony and ran him for about a mile. Then he stopped in a valley to listen for the Indians, but he did not hear or see them. On arriving at the house of Jesse Thomas, he found it deserted, ransacked, and nearly everything destroyed. It proved that his children saw the Indians attack Mr. Mac, and ran from the house and secreted themselves in the very tall grass in the slough in which Mr. Mac was moving, and escaped with their lives. The ladies at the quilting had a visit from the Indians. They saw them approaching from a belt of timber but a few rods away, and escaping by way of a back door to a cornfield which came quite up to the house. All of their lives were saved. The Indians secured the horses of Mr. Root, and also those of Mr. Charles Mac, and those of Mr. Stevens, whose horses were at the place of the quilting. No more honest men, kind-hearted and generous neighbors, or hardy pioneers, ever gave their lives in the defense of their property and their families than were Charles Mac and noble G. Root. A man was asked, "Why did you return to the West, after having gone back to New York and having spent 2 years there?" His answer was, "Neighbors. Would you want to spend your life where the people 20 feet away do not know your name or care whether you live or die? We used to have neighbors in the West, but when our baby died in New York, not a person came near us, and we went alone to the cemetery. We thought we would come back home." How very many have had nearly the same experience. In the congested districts, it seems to be everyone for himself. On the frontier, a settler becomes ill, and his grain is sown, planted, and harvested. Who buy? Neighbors. A widow buries her husband, and again the neighbors come. It is no light thing for one to leave his own harvest and go miles to save the crop of another. But it is and has been done times without number by those who are tried and true neighbors. And the sentiment which prompts such kindly acts counts for something sometime, and it means something in making up the sum total of happiness in this short life of ours. What did we have to eat that first year? Potatoes and corn. No flour, no meat, some milk. I doubt whether there was a barrel of flour within 3 miles of our home. No wheat had been raised, no hogs had been fattened. Corn and potatoes were the only food. End of section 59, recording by Doug Shepard.
Section 60 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Monument Chapter. Minneapolis. Mary Frances Partridge, Mrs. M. E. Partridge. Anna McFarland Torrance, Mrs. L. Torrance. Mrs. Mary E. Partridge, 1854. The pioneers were brave souls, able to cope with emergencies of many kinds. In them the adage was verified, "As thy days, so shall thy strength be." In 1854 I left Wisconsin, a bride, with my husband, to begin life on a government claim in Minnesota. As we passed through what is now the beautiful city of Faribault, there was only one frame house, which belonged to a half-breed from whom the town was named. We settled 8 miles beyond in the township of Medford, in a small log cabin with bark floors, as there were at that time no sawmills in that locality. Soon our simple house was crowded to the utmost with relatives and friends looking for claims in this rare section of the state. There was a scarcity of neighbors, no schools, nor places for church or holiday meetings. It was years before I heard a sermon preached. It was plain living in those years of self-denial. Only necessities could be gotten. But soon all this changed. Neighbors began to settle near. All were willing to share, ever solicitous for the other. All were on a level. Simplicity and cordiality prevailed. There were hardships, hard labor, and trials of many kinds, but these developed strength of character. All were in the prime of life, of strong manhood and joyous womanhood. How beautiful is youth, how fair it gleams, with its illusions, aspirations, dreams. There were no complaints or murmurs. Children were welcomed gladly. To my home came 3 before the oldest was 4 years old. In 1857 came the hard times. Indian corn was a staple food. Few things the farmer raised would bring money. We went without many comforts heretofore deemed indispensable. A little later this first home was sold, and another in a southern county, better adapted to cattle raising, was bought, and thither we moved. With a good beginning in horses and cattle, and an experience in farming, better than all else, the future held high hopes and bright promises. But, alas for human expectations, the Civil War come. Already one call had thinned the county of the younger and unmarried men. The second call sounded. The call was urgent. Cease to consult, the time of action calls. War, horrid war, approaches to your walls. All able-bodied patriots enlisted, my husband among the number, with a promise from the stay-at-homes to take care of the crops and look out for the interests of the family. Then came hardships and troubles to which pioneer life could not be compared. I was obliged to see crops lost for lack of help to harvest them. Cattle and horses well nigh worthless, as there was no sale for them. Neither was there male help sufficient to cultivate the farm, which went back to former wildness. The government was months behind in paying the soldiers, who at best received only a beggarly pittance. One night, alone with my children, I was awakened by a knock on the window and a call, "Hurry, leave at once! The Indians are upon us, scalping as they come." With the little ones I fled across the fields to the nearest house, a half-mile away, later to find this a false alarm. Another time the alarm was given, and again it proved false, but was no easier borne for it was believed the truth. All night long we were kept to the highest pitch of terror, expecting every minute to hear the awful war whoop. The night dragged on, without this culmination. My husband died just before the war closed. His nurse at the hospital wrote me of his serious condition, and I started at once for the hospital in Louisville. There were no railroads in the country at that time. Stages and boats were the only means of reaching that point. To show the contrast between traveling then and now, it took me over 2 weeks to reach Louisville, and when I arrived at the hospital, found that my husband had been buried a week before my arrival. The nurses and officials at the hospital, while exceedingly busy, were most kind and sympathetic in relating to me pleasant recollections of my husband's last days. I recall only 2 pleasant instances in the otherwise unhappy experience of our separation occasioned by the war. These were the furloughs which brought him home, one while he was stationed at Fort Snelling, lasting for a few days, and later when he was sent home for 2 or 3 months as a recruiting officer for his regiment. Does the luxurious life men and women of today enjoy develop character, consideration for others, generosity, and sympathy towards the less fortunate neighbor, as did the trying pioneer days? If not, where lies the blame? What is the cure? End of section 60. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 61 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Toner. Old Rail Fence Corners, edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Judge Loren W. Collins, 1852. In 1853, my father visited Eden Prairie. On arriving, they found a lynch court in session. A man named Gorman, who had squatted upon a very desirable piece of land, had gotten into an altercation with a squatter by the name of Samuel Mitchell. These men were Irishmen, Gorman a Catholic and Mitchell a Protestant. Gorman had filled Mitchell's left arm full of shot, and the court gave its judgment that Gorman must get out of the country with his family within 24 hours. He had staked out the claim, had built a log house, and had ready for crop about 2 acres of land. My father had $100 in gold with him, probably more money than any other man in the community possessed at that time. Gorman sold out to him for the $100, and father took possession. There were then a dozen or 15 settlers in that vicinity, among them the Goulds, the Mitchells, Mr. Abbott, and Mr. Gates. There came about that time Mr. Staring, who lived immediately east of us. During that summer, some 15 acres were broken up, and the 2 acres which had been previously made ready for seed by Mr. Gorman were planted to corn and potatoes. Father hired a yoke of oxen to use during the summer and kept 1 cow. Father returned to Massachusetts, and in the winter we came to Buffalo by rail. In early May we embarked on the steamer Nominee, which was then the fastest boat on the river. At the head of the flagstaff was a new broom, which indicated that the boat had beaten every other vessel then running on the river north of Galena. The captain was Russell Blakely, who for many years commanded the best boats belonging to the Packet Company. We reached St. Paul about 10 o'clock on May 7th, and I remember very well that the thing which attracted my attention more than any other was the newly trimmed cupola of the Territorial Capitol building. There were at least 15 steamboats at the lower levee when we arrived there, all busy in unloading. They were packed with passengers and freight coming up the river, but going down they carried very little, for there was nothing to ship. The first shipments of any consequence were potatoes in the spring of 1855. For 2 or 3 years after that, nearly all the flour and grain used in the territory was brought from Galena. Father took a pair of oxen and his wagon from the boat, and we made our way up a very steep hill from Jackson Street to 3rd. From there we went up 3rd to the corner of Wabasha, where Father bought some flour and feed, and we drove back to the boat. About 5 o'clock in the afternoon the Nominee steamed up the river as far as Fort Snelling, taking at least 1/5 of its passengers and freight. We tied up at the ferryboat landing at the foot of the hill under the old fort, and began to take off our cattle and freight. The hill was very steep leading up to the fort, and Father, aided by the boys, began to take our goods in small wagon loads to the top of the hill, so that we could properly load them. Uncle William, my mother, Aunt Isabel, and the small children had been transferred at St. Paul to a small steamboat called the Iola, which was to take them up the Minnesota River to Hennepin Landing, a mile or 2 from our claim at Eden Prairie. One of the wagons was left at the top of the hill while Father went back for more of the goods. I was told to take care of the cattle. Among the cattle was a white heifer, a very wild animal. Father put a rope around her horns and gave me the rope to hold while he went down the hill. I put the rope around one hind wheel of the wagon, thinking I could hold the animal that way. While I was standing there in the twilight, 6 or 7 soldiers came out of the fort for guard duty, and when they passed me, the heifer became frightened, gave a jerk upon the rope, and necessarily upon the wheel. The wagon had not been properly coupled, and when the animal at one end of the rope and myself at the other brought pressure upon the wheel, the hind wheels separated from the front, and the wheels, the heifer, and the boy went very hastily to the foot of the hill. Part of the time the wheels were off the ground. Some of the time it was the heifer, but it seemed to me it was the boy who filled airspace the greater portion of the period consumed in the descent. This mishap created great consternation not only among the representatives of Uncle Sam, but among the people who had just left the boat. It was my first encounter with the United States Army, and I was badly scared. About 10 o'clock after we landed, we started 3 wagons with a pair of oxen for each and about 10 head of cows and young stock. It was a beautiful night with full moon, and after traveling a mile to what was known as Bloomington Creek, we stopped to graze the cattle and to rest. We all got more or less sleep, and it was 8 in the morning before we were able to start the cavalcade. We arrived in sight of our future home under most auspicious circumstances. The weather was mild and the sun shining brightly when we came to a place from where Father pointed out the log house in the edge of the woods, with a stovepipe through the roof and the smoke coming out. My Uncle Sherbuel had remained an occupant of this house all winter, that he might hold this claim of my father's and the one next to it which had been selected for my Uncle William. Uncle Sherbuel was something of a hunter and trapper, and had made good use of his time during the winter, and had a good assortment of furs: otter, wolf, mink, fox, and those of smaller animals. He had killed several deer and was tanning the hides at the time we arrived. He had also caught and salted several 100 pounds of bass, pike, and pickerel. Father had little money left, and we were without seed except potatoes for about 3 acres of our land. Potatoes were of very little value, and it was doubtful if it would pay to plant them. But as we had nothing else to put into the ground, Father concluded that he would seed the 3 acres with potatoes, of which he had plenty of the kind known as Irish Reds, a round potato of exceedingly fine variety. He sowed a few acres of wheat, 2 or 3 acres of oats, and planted 2 or 3 acres of corn, and of course we had a garden. We had to build a yard for the cattle at night, some sort of shelter for them, and we also had to build pig pens. Lumber was almost unobtainable, so these structures were largely of logs. They had to be very well built, strong as well as high, in order to keep cattle and hogs out of the fields. I remember that we had one hog that would climb anything in sight, and what she could not climb she would dig under. Many a time in the summer of '54 and '55 did I chase that animal and her offspring back into the pig pen. I had a most tremendous appetite. Our food consisted mostly of potatoes, bread, wheat or corn, beans, and plenty of game. Ducks, chickens, or fish could be had by going a few 100 feet in almost any direction. We had no well, and all the water we used was hauled from the lake, nearly a half-mile distant. Father rigged up a crotch of a tree upon which was placed a water barrel, and this was dragged back and forth by a yoke of cattle. Starting from the lake with a full barrel, we had good luck if we reached the house with half of it. In the summer, when the corn began to get into the milk stage, we had a great fight with the blackbirds. They would swarm down upon the fields, and picking open the heads of the ears would practically spoil every ear they touched. Scarecrows were of no service in keeping the birds off, and finally the boys were put into the fields, upon little elevations made of fence rails, with guns loaded with powder and shot. We killed hundreds of birds in order to save the corn, and had good crops of wheat and oats, and we also had a most remarkable yield of potatoes. So large, in fact, that we had to build a root cellar in the hillside out of logs. We dug potatoes and picked them up that fall until I was nearly worn out. But in the spring the demand for potatoes was so great that Father sold bushels at $1.05 a bushel. This gave him a large amount of ready money, and he bought a pair of horses. There were plenty of Sioux Indians living in the vicinity of Shakopee. A reddish-colored stone about 2 feet high stood a half-mile west of our place on the Indian trail leading from Minnetonka to Shakopee. Around this stone the Indians used to gather, engaged apparently in some religious exercise and in smoking kinnikinnick. My cousin William and I raised that summer a quantity of nice watermelons, the seeds having been brought from Springfield. In the fall we loaded up 2 wagons with them, and with oxen as the motive power started one afternoon for St. Anthony. We had to make our way down towards Fort Snelling until we came within 2 miles of the fort. Then we turned towards our destination. It was a long and tedious trip. We camped out overnight and did not reach the west bank of the Mississippi River opposite St. Anthony until 3 o'clock the next afternoon. We fed our cattle in a grove not far from where the Nicolette House now stands, then started for the ferry, which swung across the Mississippi River about where the Stone Arch Bridge now is. The island was heavily timbered, and the road ran across at an angle, coming out at a bridge on First Street South. We got up onto the street just about the time the men were coming out of the mills, sold our watermelons, and went home with $10 each, the proceeds of our first farming. It was a 3 days' trip and a very tiresome one for the boys as well as for the cattle. A friend by the name of Shadow and I took up a claim but were hailed out. When the storm ceased, I crawled out and looked around. My stove was broken, everything was water-soaked except some provisions which I had in a bucket which had a cover, and my cattle had disappeared. I considered matters for a few minutes and concluded that the only thing I could do was to start for the hotel at Kenyon, some 3 miles away. I was drenched. My boots, all wore boots in those days, were soaked with water and very soon hurt my feet, so I had to take them off. I made my way into Kenyon and there saw the great destruction which had been done by the hail. There was not a whole pane of glass in the little village, and the inhabitants were engaged in patching up their windows with boards and blankets as best they could. The crops were entirely destroyed. Many people had suffered by being struck by hailstones, some of which were as large as hens' eggs. I had in my pocket $1.50, and I told the landlord, Mr. Bullis, my condition and that I wanted to stay all night. When supper was ready, I went to the table and, much to my surprise, met a Hastings lawyer with whom I had some acquaintance, our Seagrave Smith. Smith urged me to give up the idea of becoming a farmer and take up the study of law. So it was this hailstorm that made me a lawyer. In the fall of 1858, I secured a school and was initiated as a country schoolmaster. The schoolhouse was a log building about 2.5 miles up the river from Cannon Falls. The neighborhood was largely Methodist, and the pupils were all boys, about 25 in number. There was not at that time in the district a single girl over 6 years of age and under 16. Mr. Hurlbut had one boy, Charles, about 14 years of age. Very soon after my school commenced for a 4 months' term, the Methodists concluded they would have a revival. They used the schoolhouse every evening for that purpose, and on Sunday it was occupied all day. Nearly all of the pupils attended these meetings, began to profess conversion, and in 3 or 4 weeks had become probationists. I had adopted the New England custom of having each pupil read a verse from the New Testament at the opening of school in the morning, and in a short time Deacon Morrill and Elder Curry came to me with the suggestion that I open the school with prayer. I replied that it would not be just the thing for me to be very active in this, for I was not a professor of religion, but that I had considered the matter, and if the boys were willing, I should be very glad to call upon them in alphabetical order for a prayer each morning. I submitted this question to the pupils and found that without exception they were anxious to adopt the plan. I then said that if it was adopted, it would have to be followed to the end of school, no matter what their wishes might be. I made out a roll, putting the names down in order, and called upon one boy each morning for prayer. This worked well for a few weeks, but one evening Mr. Hurlbut said to me that Charlie had told him, while they were feeding the cattle that night, that he would refuse to pray next time I called upon him. I had found it unnecessary to inflict corporal punishment upon a single pupil up to that time, but had in my desk a good stout switch. A few mornings afterwards, when it was Charlie's turn to open the school with prayer, I called upon him and met a point-blank refusal. I directed his attention to what had been said at the outset about continuing this as a school exercise when once adopted, and he still refused. It became necessary for me to stop the insurrection without delay. I took the switch, seized Charlie by the coat collar as he was attempting to get out of his seat, switched him around the legs pretty smartly, and the rebellion was at an end. Charlie prayed briefly but fervently. After that there was no more trouble, but many of the boys had somewhat fallen from grace before school ended. Yet they kept up their devotional exercises without any urging on my part. Mr. Hurlbut was something of a scoffer at religion, and my prompt action with his boy made me extremely popular in the district. I boarded around, as was the custom in those days, and built my own fires in the schoolhouse. Some of the pupils are still residents of that neighborhood, and I rarely meet one who does not remind me of my whipping Charlie Hurlbut until, as they say, he dropped on his knees in prayer. For my 4 months teaching, I received a school district order for $60, and in the fall of '59, with this as my sole asset, I commenced the study of law in Hastings with the firm of Smith and Crosby. It is hardly necessary for me to say that we were all poor in those days. There was no money and no work except farming, but in this way we could earn enough to live upon in a very humble manner. I first saw the late Judge Flandreau at Lewiston. He was then Indian agent and was making his way on horseback from Faribault to Hastings. He had a party of 12 or 15 men with him, all full-blood or mixed-blood Indians, and they stopped for dinner. Judge Flandreau was very tanned and clad in the garb of the Indian, as were his associates. It was with difficulty that I determined which one of the party was the white man Flandreau. End of section 61.
Section 62 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engle. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Charter Oak Chapter. Faribault. Miss Stella Cole. Mr. Elijah G. Nutting, 1852. My father's hotel, the Hotel de Bush, as we derisively called it, was the first hotel in Faribault. It may perhaps be called a frame house, by courtesy rather than technically, as it was made by placing boards vertically side by side, battened together by a third board. On the first floor were the family apartments, separated from the dining room and the office by partitions of cotton cloth hung on wires. The office, 10 feet by 12, boasted an improvised desk, a stool, and a candle. The second floor was called the school section, a large apartment filled with bedsteads rudely made of boards and supporting straw, hay, or coarse grass ticks. Here the fortunate early bird took his rest, fully clothed, even to his boots, protected from the snow, which blustered in at the unglazed windows, by his horse blankets. Later comers took possession of the straw ticks on the floor, and made no complaint next morning when, after a breakfast of salt pork, black tea with brown sugar and butter so strong it could seldom be eaten, they were presented with a bill of $2. In one corner of this school section was a tiny enclosure screened with a cotton cloth partition containing a bed and 2 soap boxes, one for a dressing table and the other for a chair. This was called the bridal chamber, and was to be had at a suitable price by those seeking greater privacy. We had bread and pork for breakfast, pork and bread for dinner, and some of both for supper. A large sheet iron stove downstairs was kept red hot in the winter, and a man was employed to prevent people coming in from the icy out-of-doors from rushing too near its heat, and thus suddenly thawing out their frozen ears, cheeks, or noses. When, in 1858 or 59, my father sold the hotel, its purchaser mortgaged it, paying an interest rate of 24% a year. On July 4th, 1856, the Barron House was formally opened, on such a scale of splendor that the days of the Faribault house were numbered. The Scott brothers built the first sawmill in Faribault. It was located on the spot where the new addition to the shoe factory now is. The machinery was brought in from St. Louis, and came up by boat to Hastings at an enormous cost, and it took 12 yoke of oxen to haul the boiler from that point. They were a long time getting it from Cannon City, as they had to cut a road through the dense woods. A party whom they met after dark, when he saw the huge cylinder, exclaimed, "Well, that is the largest saw log I ever saw." Mr. J. Warren Richardson, 1854. I came with my father and mother from St. Anthony, where we had lived for a short time, to Faribault and settled in Walcott, where we secured a log house and a claim for $75. This was on Mud Creek. While at St. Anthony, my father had made us such furniture as we needed. From the sawmill he got plank 14 feet in length, which he cut into strips. He then bored holes in the corners and inserted pieces of pine, taken out of the river, for legs, and thus we were provided with stools. For tables we used our trunks. We slept on ticks full of prairie hay on the floor. These were piled in the corner daytimes and taken out at night. Our house on the farm contained one room, 20 feet square, and as my father used to say, a log and a half-story high. We were ourselves a family of 5 besides 3 boarders, and a stray family of 3 appearing among us with no home. My mother invited them also to share our scanty shelter. At night she divided the house into apartments by hanging up sheets, and the 2 families prepared their meals on the same cook stove. We made our coffee of potatoes by baking them till there was nothing left in them but a hole, and then crushing them. It was excellent. In winter my father cut timber for his fences. He loaded it onto the bobs, which I, a 10-year-old boy, would then drive back, stringing the logs along the way where they would lie till spring, when father split them into rails and built the fence. I have often chased the timber wolves with my whip as I drove along. They would follow the team, and then, when I turned around to chase them, they would turn and run in front of the team. Finding that the snow blew in through our covered shake roof, we cut sod and covered the roof with it. The following summer, my father being away, I planted some popcorn, which we had brought from the east, in this sod roof. It grew about 14 inches high, and my father, upon his return, was greatly puzzled by the strange crop which he found growing on his roof. When kindling was needed, my father would raise the puncheons which made our floor and hew some from these. Our clothing consisted of Kentucky jeans and white shirts for best, with overalls added for warmth in winter. We also wore as many coats as we had left from our eastern outfit. These had to be patched many, many times. The saying always was, "Patch beside patch is neighborly, patch upon patch is beggarly." I never had underwear or an overcoat until I enlisted. One day I was plowing with a double yoke of oxen. I was driving while Mr. Whitney was guiding the plow. Mr. Whitney's brother was across the river, hunting for a lost horse. For a long time we heard him shouting, but paid no attention, until at last we saw him retreating slowly down the opposite bank before a big bear. He called for help. We got over there in short order. Mr. Whitney said that the bear had 3 small cubs up a tree, but when we reached there she had disappeared with 1 cub. He climbed the tree while his brother and I kept guard below. He caught the 2 cubs by their thick fur and brought them down and kept them. In 1856 we came into town, and I often played with the Indian boys, shooting with bows and arrows in Frogtown, which was lined with Indian teepees. They always played fair. Our log schoolhouse had rude desks facing the sidewall. Mrs. Henry C. Prescott, 1855. My father, Dr. Nathan Bemis, came to Faribault where his father and brother had already settled when I was 8 years old. We went first to the nutting house, but as there was only the bridal chamber, with its 1 bed for the use of women, Mr. John Whipple, although his wife was ill, invited my mother, with my baby sister, to stay at his house, which was across the street. My sister and a young lady who had come out with us slept in the bed in the bridal chamber. My father and brother laid their straw ticks on the floor outside, and I occupied a trundle bed in Mrs. Nutting's room. We soon moved out to the Smallage house east of town, where our family consisted of our original 7 and 4 men who boarded with us. There was but 1 room, and only a small part of the floor was boarded over, and on this, at night, we spread our cotton ticks, filled with prairie feathers, or dried prairie grass, and the men went out of doors while the women went to bed. In the morning the men rose first and withdrew. The ticks were then piled in a corner, and furniture was lifted onto the floor, and the house was ready for daytime use. Gradually, by standing in line at the sawmill, each getting a board a day, if the supply held out, Our men got enough boards to cover the entire floor. The next winter General Shields offered us his office for our home, if we could stand the cold. He himself preferred to winter in the Nutting Hotel. This winter was a horror to us all. We all froze our feet, and the bedclothes never thawed out all winter, freezing lower each night from our breath. Before going to bed, my brother used to take a run in the snow in his bare feet, and then jump into bed, that the reaction might warm them for a little while. All thermometers froze and burst at the beginning of the winter, so we never knew how cold it was. Someone had always to hold my baby sister to keep her off the floor, so that she might not freeze. At night my mother hung a carpet across the room to divide the bedroom from the living room. Dish towels hung to dry in the oven door would freeze. That winter my father's nephew shot himself by accident, and it was necessary to amputate his leg. My father had no instruments, and there were no anesthetics nearer than St. Paul, so my cousin was lashed to a table while my father and Dr. Jewett took off the leg with a fine carpenter's saw and a razor. He was obliged to stay in bed all winter for fear the stump would freeze. Later we lived, for a time, in a log house. The rain penetrated the chinks, and I remember once when my sister was ill, the men had to keep moving the table around as the wind shifted to screen her from the rain. There was no butter, eggs, milk, or chickens to be had, no canned things or fresh vegetables. My mother once bought a half bushel of potatoes of a man who came with a load from Iowa, paying $3 a bushel. When she came to bake them, they turned perfectly black and had to be thrown away. The man was gone. Again, my father bought half a hog from a man who brought in a load of pork, but my mother had learned her lesson and cooked a piece before the man left town. And, as it proved to be bad, my father hunted him up and made him take back his hog and refund the money. The first Thanksgiving my mother said she was going to invite some young lawyers to dinner, who boarded with old Uncle Randall. What she had I cannot remember, except fried cakes and rice pudding made without milk or eggs. But the guests said they had never eaten anything so delicious. End of section 62. Section 63 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engle. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Judge Thomas S. Buckham, 1856. In 1856, 300 or 400 Indians, on their way to the annual payment, camped in the woods between town and Cannon City. One evening we went, in a body, to visit them, and were entertained by dancing. However, too much fire-water caused some fear among the guests. We had several courses of lectures during those early years. One year we had as lecturers Wendell Phillips, Douglas, Beecher, Tilton, and Emerson. Following them came the Peake family, bell ringers, and, last of all, a sleight of hand performer from Mankato, Mr. Wheeler, who astonished his audience by swallowing a blunt sword 22 inches long. At another time we had a homemade lecture course, in which Mr. Cole, Mr. Batchelder, Judge Lowell, myself, and others took part. One of our first celebrations of the 4th of July ended rather disastrously. We had planned a burlesque procession in which everybody was to take part. It started out fairly well. Dr. Jewett delivered an oration, and Frank Nutting sang a song called The Unfortunate Man. But the enthusiasm was shortly quenched by torrents of rain, which in the end literally drove most of the participants to drink. After the panic of 1857-8, I was sitting idly one day in front of my office on Main Street, as there was absolutely no law business. No other man was in sight, and there hadn't been $1 seen in the town in months, except the shin plaster issued by banks, which must be cashed on the instant, lest the bank in question should fail overnight. Suddenly I saw a stranger walking down the street, and as very few strangers had come to town of late, I watched him idly. As he came up, he asked, "Young man, do you know of a good piece of land which can be bought?" I spoke of a farm south of town of which I had charge, which was for sale for $2,100, or $12.50 an acre. He said, "I'll go and see it." 2 or 3 hours later, as I still sat dreaming, as there was no other business of any kind for anyone to do, the man returned, and after asking about the title of the land which its owner had preempted, said that he would think about it, and went into the bank. Having made some inquiries as to my responsibility, he shortly reappeared with a bundle of greenbacks of small denominations and counted out the $2,100. They were the first government bank notes I had ever seen, and such a sum of money as had not been seen in Faribault in many months. My client then said, "Now, young man, you'll see that land worth $25 an acre some day." Today it is part of the Weston farm, and is valued at $150 an acre, and is the nicest farm in the country. The first political machine in the state was organized in Faribault, the year Minnesota became a state. 5 or 6 of us young men decided to put a little new life into politics, and we prepared a slate. It was 5 or 6 against 100 unorganized voters, and we carried the caucus, and were all sent as delegates to the convention. Here also our modern method produced a revolution. But such a fight resulted that the convention split, and some of them went over to vote the Democratic ticket. However, we elected a fair proportion of our candidates, and defeated those who had been holding the offices by force of habit. Mrs. Rodney A. Mott, 1857. We came to Faribault, I think, the nicest and easiest way. We drove from Illinois in a covered immigrant wagon. At first we tried to find lodgings at night, but the poor accommodations and the unwillingness to take us in led us at last to sleep in the wagon, and we came to prefer that way. After we got away from the really settled country, everyone welcomed us with open arms, and gladly shared with us everything they had. We came up through Medford. I begged to stay there, but Mr. Mott insisted on going to Faribault as they had planned. Our first house was a little cabin on the site of the present cathedral, and later we lived in a house where the Haymarket now stands, but this was lost on a mortgage during the hard times in 1857. Mrs. Kate Davis Batchelder, 1858. As Kate Davis, a girl of 10, I came with my brother, a lad of 18, and a sister 14, from New York to Wisconsin. Our father was in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, where his business as a millwright had called him, and it was thought best to have us go out to be with him. We came in a wagon, drawn by a team of spirited horses. We came over the 1,000 miles between New York and Wisconsin, fording unfamiliar rivers, stopping in strange cities, through prairie and forest, with only rough wild roads at best, never doubting our ability to find our father at our journey's end, and perhaps because of that unquestioning faith, we did find him. What a journey to remember! We camped in Chicago when it was no larger than Faribault is now, on the spot near the lakefront where the Congress Hotel now houses the most exclusive of Chicago's mob of humanity. Milwaukee, as we passed through it, was a tiny hamlet. When I went to visit my brother who had taken the farm on the east shore of Cannon Lake, I made the trip to Hastings in boat, and from there in a wagon. As we were driving along, I saw coming towards us 3 figures which instinct told me were Indians. On coming nearer, I saw each of them had scalps dripping with blood hanging to his belt. They reassured me by telling me that they were only Indian scalps. Mr. Barry, afterward a judge on the Supreme Bench, started out on foot from Janesville, Wisconsin, with Mr. Batchelder, and after prospecting around and visiting St. Paul, Shakopee, Mankato, Cannon Falls, and Zumbrota, they finally walked in here. 50 years afterwards, Mr. Batchelder went out to Cannon Lake and walked into town over the same road that he had come over as a young man, and he said that while, of course, the buildings had changed things somewhat, on the whole it looked surprisingly as it had the first time he had passed over it. Mr. Barry and Mr. Batchelder opened a law office in a little one-story frame building in the back of which they slept. While coming into town, they had met O.F. Perkins, who had opened a law office, and business not being very brisk, he had turned a rather unskillful hand to raising potatoes. At $2.50 a bushel, he managed to do well enough, and eked out his scanty income from the law. It was while he was carrying the potatoes to plant that he met Mr. Barry and Mr. Batchelder, and having become friends, they all, together with Mr. Randall and Mr. Perkins's brother, started Bachelor's Hall back of Mr. Perkins's office, where they took turns cooking and washing dishes. I have heard Mr. Batchelder say that hasty pudding, or what we call cornmeal mush, was his specialty, and I believe, partly in recollection of those old days when lack of materials, as well as unskilful cooks, compelled the frequent appearance of this questionable dainty, partly, perhaps, because he had learned to like it, hasty pudding was served Monday on his table for all the later years of his life. During one winter I attended several dances in a rude hall, whose walls were lined with benches of rough boards, with the result that my black satin dress was so full of slivers that it took all my time to pick the slivers out. We always wore hoops, and mine were of black whalebone, covered with white cloth. One day, when at my brother's house, my hoop skirt had been washed and was hanging to dry behind the stove, and I was in the little bedroom in the loft. My sister called to me that some young men were coming to call, and I was forced to come down the ladder from the loft, to my great mortification, without my hoops. There they hung in plain sight all during that call. At Cannon Lake, near my brother's cabin, was a place where the Indians had their war dances. One night, after we had gone to bed, in the little loft over the one downstairs room, I was awakened by my brother's voice in altercation with some Indians. It seemed the latch string, the primitive lock of the log cabin, had been left out, and these Indians came in. They wanted my brother to hide them, as they had quarreled with the other Indians. This he refused to do, and drove them out. The next morning the tribe came by, dragging the bodies of those 2 Indians. They had been caught just after leaving the house. The bodies were tied over poles, with the heads, arms, and legs trailing in the dust. Mrs. John C. Turner. The Nutting Hotel was the scene of many a dance, when settlers came from miles around to take part in quadrilles and reels to the music of violin. We used to bring an extra gown, so that after midnight we might change to a fresh one, for these dances lasted till daylight. When sliding down the hill where St. James' School now stands, it was rather exciting to be upset by barricades erected near the foot by mischievous Indian boys, who greeted the accident with hoots of joy. End of section 63.
Section 64 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Josiah Edson Chapter, Northfield. Emily Sargent Bierman, Mrs. C. A. Bierman. Mr. C. H. Watson, 1855. 150 soldiers were sent out from Fort Ridgely in 1862 to bury those in the country around who had been massacred by the Indians. I was acting as picket out of Fort Ridgely, and was first to hear the firing 16 miles distant at Birch Coulee. It was the Indians attacking the burial party. I notified those at the fort, and a party was sent out for relief. As they neared Birch Coulee, they found they were outnumbered by the savages, and Lieutenant Sheehan returned to Fort Ridgely for the rest of the regiment. Then I accompanied them. They finally came to the small band of soldiers who had been attacked by the Indians, to find 23 dead and 45 wounded out of the 153 men. The soldiers' horses had been tied close together to a rope to feed. There many of them had been shot, and being so close together, many were still standing, or had fallen down on their knees, dead, but they served as a breastwork for the men. The 23 soldiers were buried on the spot, and the wounded taken to Fort Ridgely. I was also at Camp Release, under command of General Sibley, where a great many Indians were taken prisoners. These Indians had killed many whites, and had some 60 women and children prisoners. The soldiers managed to secure the Indians' guns and then released the women and children, finally taking the Indians prisoners, placing them in a log house where they were carefully guarded. These, together with others secured at Yellow Medicine, were chained together and taken to Mankato, where in December 38 were hanged. The old trail, afterward Stagecoach Road, known as the Hastings-Faribault Trail, passed through Northfield along what is now Division Street. Going north, it followed the Stanton Road. At the entrance of Mr. Olin's farm, it passed along in front of the house, and along through his pasture, east of the pond, on down onto Mr. Alexander's land, following between 2 rows of trees, still standing, and crossed the Cannon River just above where the Waterford Dam now stands. Thence along what is known as the Hastings Road. Through Mr. Olin's pasture, there was still about 15 or 20 rods of the old trail and the road left. Mrs. Augusta Pren Bierman. In the spring of '55, several of us German families, consisting of the Prens, Biermans, Drentlaws, and Sumners, came to Minnesota from a settlement 15 miles west of Chicago. We settled on claims near the present city of Northfield. We were on the way 11 1/2 weeks. We came by way of Joliet, forded the river at La Crosse, and came up here by way of Rochester and Kenyon. We carried enough provisions with us to last most of the trip. We had some 16 yoke of oxen, many cows, calves, and 6 colts. We slept in the wagons and we baked bread in iron kettles by burying them in hot ashes. Our first home, and the Prens, was built in this way. We dug down in the earth 4 feet, very much as we would today for a cellar, but into a side hill. Above these 4 feet, logs were built up, plastered together with mud. For a roof, logs and branches of trees were placed across the side walls and then plastered together with mud. Coming up through Kenyon, we saw many Indians camping along the road. The colts and oxen were deathly afraid of them, and would turn way out of the road when passing, keeping just as far away as possible. Among the earliest marriages recorded in Rice County is that of William Bierman and Augusta Pren, 1857. Mrs. Ann Alexander. My husband, with his father and a brother, Jonas, came in '54 and took up claims adjoining the present site of Northfield. They drove 2 ox teams and brought cattle, a couple of sheep, and some pigs. My husband's parents kept boarders, and had some 16 or 18 all of the time, and each day brought many extra from the stage coaches plying between here and Hastings and here in St. Paul. Every mouthful of food consumed that first year was brought from Hastings, 28 miles away, and it kept 1 man and an ox team on the road all the time. Pork was purchased by the barrel, and it would seldom last a week. By the following spring, '55, when I was married and came to Minnesota, some of the land had been broken, so small gardens were planted and potatoes and other vegetables raised. I believed it was about the time of the Civil War that butter sold as low as 5 cents a pound and eggs 3 cents a dozen. In these early days, the Indians received annuities at Red Wing, and on their yearly pilgrimages they would often camp in this vicinity as long as 5 or 6 weeks. The chiefs spent their time in hunting and fishing. The west side of the river was then not settled at all, and there they had their camps. The squaws would come to the settlers' homes, set their papooses up against the side of the house, and walk into the house to beg. I have seen the large living room of mother's boarding house lined with Indians, smoking 1 pipe, each man taking a few puffs, then passing the pipe along. In those days the mosquitoes were very thick, and if anyone was outdoors, they would literally be eaten alive. Mother's boarding house would be filled, and people would be begging to be allowed to come and sleep under the tables, anything to get away from the pests. Mr. J. W. Huckins. I enlisted from Minneapolis in Captain Strout's company, which was sent to guard the frontier at the time of the Indian outbreak. We went up the Mississippi, then west to Litchfield, then to Glencoe and Hutchinson, and finally at Acton, where the first blow fell. The place was 35 miles northwest of the Lower Sioux Agency in Meeker County. We soldiers found that our cartridges were not the right caliber. Some of the men had personal rifles, and one was found to have a pair of bullet molds of the right size. We took the bullets from their cartridges and busied ourselves, making them over the right size, using the powder and balls separately. During the engagement near Acton, the Indians managed to completely surround the soldiers. The captain ordered his men to dash through the Indian lines. The men ran for their lives, and those on horseback were ordered at the point of guns to wait for men on foot. This sudden action took the Indians unawares, and they were so surprised they forgot to keep up the fire. Most of us effected an escape. Out of 60 men, but 3 were killed, though some 20 were wounded. We fell back to Hutchinson, where there was a stockade. The Indians were getting quite fearless and would come in closer and closer to the stockade. One man had a very rare long-range gun and killed an Indian at the distance of a mile, after which the Indians kept a better distance. Mrs. C. W. Gress, 1855. We landed in St. Paul in April, '55, making the trip in about 3 weeks. We started on the boat, Minnesota Belle, but because of low water, our household effects had to be transferred at Davenport, Iowa, to a small boat. There was a siege of cholera on the first boat, and 2 bodies were taken ashore and buried in the sand. During the time of transferring the baggage, I had to carry the money for safekeeping. I made a wide belt with pockets of different lengths suspended from it. Here and in the pockets of my skirt was gold of all denominations and some silver, of such weight that for 3 days I was ill from carrying it. After spending a few days in St. Paul, we moved to Minnetonka Mills, where we bought a relinquishment for $600 and paid $200 to prove up, making $800 for 160 acres, or $5 an acre. That land 50 years later was well worth $100 an acre. For 3 years we were eaten out by grasshoppers. While here at Minnetonka Mills, I often had Indians come to my house. On one occasion I stood churning when an Indian stepped in and took the dasher from me, indicating that he wanted some of it. I was not afraid of him and took the dasher from him and pushed him aside with my elbow. I had just finished baking and so gave him a large slice of bread, spreading it generously with butter. He dug the center out of the piece, crowding it into his mouth, throwing the crust on the hearth. This angered me, as my crust was soft and tender, and I picked up a broom and started toward him, yelling, "Puckachee! Get out!" He rushed for the door and disappeared. We then concluded, after such bad luck with our crops, we should move back to St. Paul, where Mr. Gress could work at his trade, that of a shoemaker. Mr. Gress would bring home work at night, when I would assist him. We made a very high cloth button shoe, now called a snowshoe. I would close the seams, front and back, all by hand, as we had no machine. Open seams in back, stitch down flat, and would bind the tops and laps and make 15 or 20 buttonholes for 50 cents a pair. The soles would be put on in the shop. For slippers I received 15 cents for closing and binding the same way. During the war I made shirts and haversacks for the soldiers. The shirts were dark blue wool and were well made and finished. I broke the record one day when I made 6 of these garments and took care of 4 small children. End of section 64.
Section 65 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Mr. Alvin M. Olin, 1855. We came to Minnesota in 1855. We brought with us 4 yoke of oxen, 35 head of cattle, and 3 hogs. We, with a family of 3 sons and a daughter, were 4 weeks on the way. We crossed the river on a ferry at Prairie du Chien, and came up through Rochester and Cannon Falls, and camped at Stanton while I went to a claim near Kenyon that I had taken up the fall before, to find it had been jumped, so I came on to Northfield and took up a claim on the Kennon River. We had with us 2 covered wagons, known as prairie schooners. In these we had our provisions, composed of flour, smoked meats, and a barrel of crackers. We also had our furniture, chairs, and chests, and 2 rocking chairs for the mother and daughter. Here all of their leisure time, while on the move, was spent industriously applying their knitting needles, meanwhile singing to themselves to the accompaniment of the thud-thud of the oxen. Each day was opened with a family prayer, after which we had the morning meal, and then the boys took turns starting on ahead with the pigs, this extra time being needed because of the pigs' obstinacy. One morning the boys found they had started back in the same direction from which they had come, and had traveled 6 miles before they found it out. We purchased a barrel of crackers in Milwaukee, and our noonday meal consisted of crackers and milk, and as milk soured we fed it to the hogs. Butter was made on the way, and bread and biscuits were baked in a kettle. When we staked out our claim, we laid a floor and placed a tent over it, where we lived till logs could be procured. These we got on the west side of the river, then government land. For shingles we drove to Trim Mill, 10 or 12 miles the other side of Prescott, Wisconsin. At one time, that summer, 200 Indians were camped near our farm for 2 days on their way to St. Paul. Mrs. Pauline Hagan. I was 4 years old when my parents settled in Hastings. Mother was obliged to return to Wisconsin to see about our goods, which were delayed in coming, and father wintered here and took care of us 3 small children. Our house had no floor and very little furniture, and is handmade, save for a small sheet iron stove through the cracks of which the fire could be plainly seen. At bedtime father placed us in sacks, firmly tied around our little bodies, and put us on straw beds on the ground, and then covered us with straw for warmth. We had no other covering. Our food that first winter consisted mostly of cornmeal, made up in a variety of ways. But mother, on her arrival in the spring with our lost household goods, found her family fat and rugged, and none the worse for the severe winter of '55 and '56. Mrs. Catherine Meade. We were at Fort Ridgely at the time of the outbreak. At the fort were gathered all the women and children of the settlers for protection. We could hear the Indian war whoops in the distance. The confusion was terrible, and 12 of the women were prematurely confined during the first 24 hours. I helped Dr. Miller, post surgeon, and for 48 hours I had no sleep and hardly time to eat. Finally, completely exhausted, I fell asleep on the floor, with my little daughter by my side. When aroused by my husband, saying, "The Indians are near at hand," I declared I might as well die one place as another. I could not go on, and remained where I was. The alarm was a false one, and we were all saved. One woman by the name of Jones told me she took part of her children into the stockade, and returned for the rest. She found herself confronted by 2 stalwart Indians. She rushed into a small closet, and bracing herself between the wall and the door, kept it closed in this way until help came. She was nearly exhausted, and gave birth to a child before morning. Another woman told me that instead of going into the stockade, she fled with her 2 children into a cornfield, pursued by an Indian. He lost track of her, and as one child started to scream, she almost smothered it in her effort to conceal their hiding place. The Indian, after half an hour, gave up the search. The stockade at Fort Ridgely had 4 entrances, one at each corner, at which a cannon was placed. There was but one man who could load the cannon, Sergeant Fronsky, and as he had only unskilled help, he was kept very busy running back and forth between the 4 guns. Ammunition was scarce, and we had to use everything. Nails, screws, sharp pieces of iron and steel were saved, and the cannons loaded with this mixture called sharp nails. This was considered much more deadly than cannon balls, for when fired, it would scatter and fly in all directions. The block house, where the ammunition was stored, was located outside the garrison and stockade as a protection from fire. The only way to replenish the supply was to make a trip to the block house. So a guard was stationed at each end, and one man ran as fast as he could, secured a supply, and ran back, of course at the risk of his life. The women also helped secure this ammunition, filling their aprons, while men filled gunny sacks. After the first fight, when the excitement had calmed down, The women busied themselves making bullets, and were obliged to remain until help came from St. Paul, nearly 2 weeks. End of Section 65. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 66 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. Old Rail Fence Corners, edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Graceland, Duluth Chapter, Duluth. Marie Robertson Keith, Mrs. Charles Keith. Mr. Glass, 1848. I came to Minnesota in 1848 and was later purveyor to the Indians. An Indian trail extended from Fond du Lac to St. Paul. It ran from Fond du Lac by trail to Knife Falls. Knife Falls by canoe on St. Louis River to Cloquet. From there to Hoodwood, from there to Sandy Lake. Portage from there to Grand Rapids. From Grand Rapids by way of the Mississippi River to St. Paul. Mr. John W. Goulding of Princeton. My first knowledge of Indians was when I was about 10 years of age. We lived on Rum River, about 3 miles above St. Francis, where a canoe load of Indians landed and camped near us. Mozomani, who was then a chief, was said to be sick, and his squaw came to our house asking by signs for pills, of which my sister gave her a box. She was afterward afraid that the Indian would take the entire box at one dose and we would be killed in consequence. The taking of the whole box at one dose was probably the fact, as the empty box was found at once returned, and the patient reported to be cured, but no evil results came to us. In 1856, my father, who had been engaged with McAboy in the construction of the territorial road through Princeton to Mille Lacs Lake, thought it best that the family remove to Princeton, and we came with a 6-ox team. Princeton at that time, with the outlying settlements of Estes Brook, Germany, and Battle Brook, had perhaps 150 people. Indians in blankets and paint were a daily, almost hourly sight. They outnumbered us many times, but gave us no trouble. In the summer of '57, 2 Sioux warriors came in by way of Little Falls to the falls in Rum River just above the mouth of Bradbury Brook, where they shot and scalped, same day, brother of Kegwedose, and returned home to the Sioux country south of the Mississippi. Soon after this occurrence, 125 Chippewas came down Rum River on foot, armed and painted for war. They stayed with us in Princeton overnight and had a war dance, where J. Herdliska's house now stands, which was witnessed by the entire population then here. Among the Indians were Zomane, Nunde, Kegwedose, Benjamin, Kegwitasi, and others. The next morning they killed Dexter Payne's cow for beef and took their departure down the east side of the river. In about 20 days they came back in a hurry, somewhat scattered and badly licked. They had found the Sioux at Shakopee and had been defeated, it was said, with the aid of whites living near there, which was probably so, as we should have aided the Chippewas under similar circumstances. I remember nothing more worth repeating until 1862, the year of the Sioux massacre. We at Princeton had heard of that outbreak, that the Chippewas had been urged to join, that Hole in the Day had been sending runners to Mille Lacs, asking that band to join with him in extermination of the whites, and we were all getting nervous. Finally all the people in the outlying settlements came into Princeton and camped in and about the old log hotel near the Big Elm, which still stands, the largest and most beautiful tree in the city. Captain Benedict Hippler, an old soldier who had seen service in Germany, took command, and men and boys armed with all sorts of guns were drilled continually by the captain, who was a martinet and at one time threatened to shoot me and a companion for sleeping on our post. It was found that Stevens, the Indian trader at Mille Lacs, had a large stock of powder, and H.A. Pemberton was sent to haul it away, which he did with Stevens' mules, bringing it to Princeton, where it was stored in my brother's cellar. About this time it was determined to build a stockade fort. I hauled the poplar logs from which it was built with my father's oxen from just across the East Branch, and made many loads in a day. We moved a small house within the enclosure for the women and children, and had the fort, such as it was, about completed, when one day as Captain Hippler was putting us through one of his drills, an Indian face appeared at a porthole, and Kegwedose said, "What you do here? This no good. Pooh!" Then he told us that Hole in the Day had sent his runners to Mille Lacs, urging war, and that the Mille Lacs band had held a council, and that some young men had urged war, but the older heads, led by Manomena Shayshine, rice maker, and others had counsel against it, and that there would be no trouble. This eased our minds somewhat, and the settlers gradually returned to their homes. Soon we were reinforced by Company F of the 8th Minnesota, who stayed with us 2 winters in the old quarters across the river, but, save their effect in overawing the Indians, their mission was peaceful. That same fall, '62, the government concluded to make a display of force at a delayed payment to be made to the Chippewas at Mille Lacs, and an Iowa regiment was sent with several cannon to accompany the paymaster to Mille Lacs. Stevens, the trader at Mille Lacs, had a large stock of Indian goods at Princeton, and just before the payment my father sent me, then 16 years of age, with 4 oxen and a wagon to haul these goods to Mille Lacs, some 50 miles over what was then, and for 20 years afterwards, was one of the worst roads in the state. After several days on the road, I was reaching the trading post at night, and as I neared there, was puzzled by the great number of lights to be seen. Finally, as I approached the post, I passed through a line of torches on each side, held by Indians who had heard that oxen were coming for beef, and were ready to make beef of my team had not the trader Stevens explained to them that their share would come later. The next morning, I set out on my return. Night found me at the upper crossing of Rum River, where I drew my wagon a few rods out of the road, tied my oxen and tried to sleep, but was disturbed all night by drunken Indians going to payment. The next day I met the paymaster and an escort, who, after inquiring if I were not afraid, passed along up river. That evening I met the troops at the lower crossing of Rum River and camped on the east bank. The quartermaster at once told me in the morning I must turn about and help draw his supplies to Mille Lacs, and upon my refusal I was placed in a tent under guard. The next morning, after we had discussed the matter, I partially assented and gained permission to drive my oxen unyoked to the river for water, which as soon as they had drank, they waded and struck out for Princeton, and no one could head them. The quartermaster used my yokes and wagon for 4 of his beef oxen, and went his way, allowing me to come home. After some days, with much labor, the troops reached Mille Lacs, where, it is said, the discharge of cannon into the lake made a great scattering among the Indians, it being the first cannon they had ever seen. Upon the return of the troops to Princeton, the quartermaster returned my yokes and wagon and paid for the use of them. I have spoken several times in this story of Kegwedose, who was always a great friend of mine, and of the whites in general. During the Sioux War, he served with others as a scout, and was always a great friend of Captain Jonathan Chase, whom he always spoke of as me and Jock. He visited in my father's family many times, and one of my sisters tried to teach him to read. It was not a success, but he was much amused at his own mistakes. A few years before he died, he visited me, inquired for my sisters, hunted them out and visited them, and on his return said to me, "Bishe Keg Ogama," my Indian name, "you and your sisters seem just like my own folks." Poor old Kaig, like about all his associates, has gone to the happy hunting ground. Peace to his ashes. Mrs. Colbreth. My father, Roswell P. Russell, came to the region of Mendota as a boy, and was employed by General Sibley. At one time, Mrs. Sibley sent him on an errand to St. Paul, and he ventured to make the trip on the ice, with a horse and cutter. Coming suddenly upon a crack in the ice, he lashed the horse, thinking he might spring over it, but the poor animal was caught and swept under the ice, while he and the cutter remained on the ice and were saved. This narrow escape made a great impression, naturally, and the story was handed down to his children. My father married a Miss Patch of an old family of pioneers, and they were the first couple married at the Falls of St. Anthony. End of section 66. Section 67 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. Old Rail Fence Corners, edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Captain Richard Summers chapter, St. Peter. Miss Emily Brown. Mrs. Mary B. Ayton. When the treaty was made at Mendota in 1851, the Indians who ceded the land gave up their settlement at Kaposia, South St. Paul, leaving behind them their dead buried on the hill, and the land endeared to them by association. With them, when they moved westward to Yellow Medicine, went their faithful missionary and teacher, Dr. Thomas Williamson. That same year his sister, familiarly known as Aunt Jane, made a visit to her old home town in Ohio, where I lived, and her interesting accounts of her experiences so filled me with missionary zeal that I went west with her as a teacher to the Indians. With Aunt Jane I landed at Kaposia, and after a short rest we began the overland journey to Yellow Medicine. The last night of our journey, 2 of our horses strayed away, and in the morning the ox teams with the freight and us women went on, leaving Dr. Williamson to search for the runaways. When we rode down into the valley, we saw ahead of us the missing horses. We 2 women volunteered to go back and tell Dr. Williamson, and the rest of the party went on. We found the doctor, and to save us fatigue, he suggested that we take a short cut across country to the agency, while he followed the road to rejoin the travelers. Somehow we failed to follow directions, and traveled all the rest of the day, coming at night to a river. Here on the bank we decided to rest. In the distance we could see a prairie fire gradually eating its way towards the river, but we felt safe near the water and lay down to sleep. Just after we fell asleep, I was awakened by a loud call, and I realized the joy of knowing that we were found. The men who had been sent in search of us were calling in hopes that we would answer, and we continued our journey without further incident. One morning in the spring of 1851, our little mission house at Kaposia was full of bustle and confusion, for we were busy preparing for an Indian wedding. The prospective bride was a pretty Sioux maiden, and her fiancé was a white trader. Everything was in readiness for the ceremony, but no groom appeared. The hours wore on, the bride wept, but no news of the groom came until late in the afternoon. A rumor reached us that he was celebrating the occasion by a drunken revel, and was not in condition to take his part in the ceremony. A white mother would have wept over daughter's grief, but not this Indian mother. When told that the ceremony must be postponed, she replied with stoical Indian patience, "It is well. I like his white skin, but I hate his drunken ways." Dr. A. C. Daniels. When I was agency physician at Lac qui Parle, I often saw the humorous side of Indian life. One day when the Indians had received their government allowance, a party of them too freely indulged their appetites for liquor, and one, a big brave, who had adopted the patriotic name of George Washington, led a band of Indians to the home of the Catholic sisters and demanded food. The sisters saw the Indians' condition, barred the door, and told the braves to go away. George, however, was insistent in his demands, and finally put his giant strength against the door, and splintered the upper part. He had put his head into the opening, and was about to crawl through it, when one of the sisters seized a rolling pin and rained sturdy blows upon his head and shoulders. He raised a yell that brought me to the spot just in time to see a funny sight. Just as George was about to beat a retreat, his squaw came running up and began to belabor him from the rear, while the nun continued the assault. There he was, with part of his body in the house and part of it out, crying out in a manner most unseemly for an Indian brave. When the women desisted, he was both sober and repentant. In the early days, the Indian agent at Lac qui Parle hoisted the American flag each morning over the agency. During a serious drought, the Indians conceived the idea that the Great Spirit was displeased at the sight of the flag, and begged the agent to take it down. The patriotic agent tried to reason with them, but to no avail. So one afternoon he took the flag down for a time. In a little while a black cloud appeared, and then a heavy downpour of rain followed. The Indians, as you know, were very superstitious, and they were firmly convinced that the flag was the true barometer, so the agent had to be cautious in his display of the flag. Mr. Z. S. Galt. One morning, as I rode a horse down to the Minnesota River to water it, I noticed a stolid-looking Indian with a gun by his side, sitting on a boulder by the river bank. Just as my horse began to drink, the Indian raised his gun and fired. The horse kicked up his heels, and I promptly became a Baptist by immersion. I can still show you the boulder, but you will have to imagine the Indian. When I was a small boy, a party of Sioux Indians returned to Traverse from an attack upon the Chippewas at Shakopee, and proceeded to celebrate the event with a scalp dance. This dance and the whoops of the Indians attracted spectators from Traverse and St. Peter, and with boyish curiosity I was as near as possible to the dancers. Suddenly I spied one brave dancing about with a skunk skin tied to his heel and trailing on the ground behind him. Obeying a mischievous impulse, I jumped upon the trailing skin and stopped the wild dancer. The savage wheeled and quickly raised his tomahawk and was ready to strike, but when he saw a white boy, he merely kicked me out of the ring and kept on with the dance. Mr. J. C. Bryant. When Governor McGill came to St. Peter as a young man, he was obliged to practice strict economy to make both ends meet. The revenue he derived from teaching was so very meager that he had to do without some of what we regard as actual necessities. Late in the fall he was passing Jack Lamberton's store, when the warm-hearted proprietor noticed that the schoolmaster wore no overcoat. He guessed the reason, but he asked Mr. McGill why he wore no overcoat. "Well, I haven't one, and I'm not able to buy one yet," he replied with sturdy honesty. "Just come right in and help yourself to one, and pay for it when you can," said Mr. Lamberton with characteristic generosity. This kindness was a bond that made the two men friends for life, although later they were often arrayed against each other politically. When certain men in the state were trying to steal the capital from St. Peter for St. Paul, Captain Dodd is said to have traveled on foot from St. Peter to St. Paul between sunrise and sunset in the interests of St. Peter. This feat would seem to me a physical impossibility, but it was a story current when I was a boy in St. Peter. It is a matter of history, too, that all the attempts to save the capital were futile, and the indomitable Captain Dodd had his long walk in vain. Captain Dodd was considerable of a mimic and an actor. During a political campaign he took the platform against a certain Tom Corwin of Ohio, who was considered a great political orator. On one occasion Corwin was the first speaker, and to emphasize his speech, he danced about on stage, gesticulated freely, and made a great impression. When Mr. Dodd's turn came to speak, he arose and without a word gravely gave a pantomimic reproduction of the orator's acts and gestures. Then he sat down amid roars of laughter that completely spoiled the effect of his opponent's speech. Mrs. Nancy Keithley Bean. When Edward Eggleston, the author of The Hoosier Schoolmaster, was obliged to come west for his health, he was, for a number of years, a resident of Traverse and St. Peter. Here on weekdays he engaged in the humble occupation of soap making, and on Sundays he went out to the country communities to preach the gospel. His church was often the one room of some farmer's log cabin, and he missed the pulpit upon which to pound to emphasize the points in his sermon in the good orthodox style of the exhorter. One Sunday early in his ministry he came to our home near Cleveland to preach, and that day he strongly felt the need of a pulpit. "Why can't you make me a pulpit?" he asked my father after the service. "I can and I will before you come again," father replied. Father went to work, and from the trunk of a tree he hewed out a rough pulpit. The young preacher exhorted with such fervor from his new pulpit that I was the first convert of the man who afterwards became famous. In the fall of that same year, the annual Methodist Conference was held at Winona, and Mr. Eggleston prepared to go. Before he went, my father met him, and asked him whether he was going to the conference. "Yes," was the reply. "I am going." Now father knew that money was scarce, and that Mr. Eggleston's preaching and soap making yielded him little revenue. So he went to one of the brethren, a certain Mr. Arter, who had recently come from the East, bringing with him gold coin, and told of Mr. Eggleston's desire to go to Winona. Mr. Arter was interested and offered Mr. Eggleston $5 to help defray the expense of his trip, but was met with a polite but none the less firm refusal. "I shall not need money," said Mr. Eggleston. "I can walk part of the way. Someone will give me a lift now and then, and the brethren will give me food and lodging when I require it." However, Mr. Arter insisted that he should take the gold, and finally he prevailed, but Mr. Eggleston started on foot for the conference. Upon his return he gave the gold to its original owner, for with sturdy pioneer independence he had traveled the distance to Winona on foot, except for an occasional lift from some traveler driving a slow ox team. Mrs. Mary Davis Fenton. One summer morning in 1852, a man on horseback rode rapidly up to the door of our farmhouse, shouted the news of the uprising of the Indians, and then rode on to warn others of the danger. We hastily gathered together a few necessary articles and fled to St. Peter. When we returned home after the danger was over, we found that our house had been looted, and Father discovered that his pet razor had disappeared. "I will never shave again," he declared, "until the man who stole my razor brings it back." Naturally, the thief failed to return, and to the day of his death in 1911, Father wore his patriarchal beard and kept his vow never to shave again. End of section 67. Section 68 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. Old Rail Fence Corners, edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Nathan Hale Chapter, St. Paul. Grace Randall Lyman, Mrs. G.C. Lyman. Gertrude Karcher, Mrs. A.B. Karcher. Mrs. Frederick Penny. We lived about 4 miles from Shakopee, at what was called Eden Prairie. My father was William O. Collins. The Sioux Indians' old camping ground and home was on the river bottoms at Shakopee. 3 miles below our place was Hennepin Landing, where the boats landed coming from St. Paul. The trail of the Sioux led directly past our house, so we saw a great deal of the Indians. At one corner of my father's land was a big boulder called Red Rock, held sacred by the Indians. Whenever the Sioux were going into battle against the Chippewas, they came to this rock, and if they were successful, they brought their trophies of war and placed them on the rock. There was room for one Indian to lie down close to the rock. Others would dance around or sit in council. As soon as they had gone, the white settlers would take everything of value. One thing we were taught was never to show fear of Indians. They knew very quickly and loved to scare anyone who showed they were afraid. Chaska and 5 of his men had been out duck hunting and stopped at our house for supper the night before the outbreak in 1862. The Indians were always friendly with all members of my father's family, and never asked for a meal unless they were willing to pay with ducks or in some way. Next morning after Chaska had supper with us, a man came riding from St. Peter telling everyone to flee. 20 families, ours among the others, remained. My oldest brother had enlisted, and the very day after Chaska was at our house he was ordered back from Fort Snelling to go to Fort Ridgely. The most disgraceful thing to an Indian is to be struck with a whip or a stick. One day I was holding the baby in my arms when an Indian put his head in through the window close to my face, before I knew anyone was near. I was so frightened I ran to my mother. The Indians thought we were afraid, so started for the garden to destroy the melons, squash and pumpkins growing there. My mother put on Father's coat, took a big cane and went after them, saying, "Get out, these are to feed papoose," over and over. There were 40 in the party, but they went without further trouble. One day on my way to school, I heard the children calling me to run, but the grass was so high I could see no one and did not know an Indian was near. When I saw him, I was not afraid. I went on to the schoolhouse door, but the teacher was so frightened she had locked the door and I could not get in. I stood waiting, and the Indian patted me on the head, saying, "Heap brave papoose," and went on down the trail. One family by the name of Dorr and another by the name of Horner were both very well to do. When a man rode to their places at the time of the outbreak, telling them the Indians were coming, they took what they could in wagons and started for Eden Prairie, where the Dorr family stayed with the Neals. Mrs. Dorr was a Neal girl. The Horners stayed with us until the trouble was over. The Dorr house and barns were burned to the ground, but the soldiers stopped the Indians before they reached the Horner place. Both families went back and rebuilt what had been destroyed, living there for many years. Mr. James Clark of St. Peter. I came to St. Peter in March 1856. I was in the livery business, so was among the Indians more or less until the outbreak of 1862. I made the first trip from the agency to Faribault with Bishop Whipple. Also the last when we took a number of Indian girls from Faribault to the Sioux agency in August 1862. I had enlisted and was with my company in line at Fort Snelling, being sworn in when a man came riding in to tell us the Indians were on the warpath. We were ordered to St. Peter at once, and found the families all sheltered in stone houses and the men barricading the town with cordwood and digging rifle pits in the bluffs. But none of the families was molested within a radius of about 7 miles. Everyone who was left in town had to help. All the lead pipes were taken out of the wells and slugs were cut from pieces of iron. Jim Powell, a young man left in charge of the cattle at the agency waiting for the Indians to receive their pay, said to me when I came up on my last trip, "Jim, I'm afraid there will be trouble. The Indians are getting ugly. They shot an ox and skinned it, and we can't say a word. When the outbreak came, Jim Powell was sitting on a mule at the agency. 5 Indians shot at him, and he tried to make his mule go down to the ferry. He would not go, so Jim slipped off and ran for the ferry. The boat had started across to Fort Ridgely, but he swam out and climbed on. He went across, then the 12 miles to the fort, and enlisted. Before this, the Indians were driven to beg for food. Their rations had been so slow in coming from the government. I often think there is many a man who should have a monument to commemorate his brave deeds. There was Duncan Kennedy of St. Peter, one of the bravest men I ever knew. During the outbreak, he carried messages back and forth from St. Peter to Fort Ridgely alone. When asked why he did not take someone with him, he said it was safer alone, for if he saw an Indian, he would know what to do. He would lie down and be quiet. If someone was with him, he would have to tell them to be quiet. Mrs. John Crippen. Footnote: Mrs. Karcher's work begins with Mrs. Crippen. End footnote. Was an early settler in the country, coming here by way of the Morris Trail. There were 2 trails, one by way of Hutchinson and the other following along the Minnesota River, the latter being the trail used during the Sibley expedition. Mr. and Mrs. Crippen, with a baby about a year old, came to their homestead not far from Big Stone Lake, where they endured many privations the first few years. The first year the grasshoppers took all the garden and grain. After the first year, new settlers began to come in, and Mr. Crippen assisted them in locating claims, and in that way managed to live until another crop was raised. In relating some of the experiences, Mrs. Crippen states that they had a house, 10 by 12, and was the first shingled roof in this country at the time. One time, 2 gentlemen from Minneapolis, Messrs. Hyde and Curtis, had occasion to stay overnight with them, so they gave these parties their only bed, making one on the floor for themselves, hanging a curtain between. While preparing breakfast, she heard one of the gentlemen say, "Hello, little fellow, what are you doing with my toe?" Her baby had awakened and gone over to their bed. It was over a year before they had any chickens or cows. She used to hunt plover eggs, and several times was without flour, having to grind wheat and corn in the coffee mill. The nearest railroad town was Morris, 40 miles northeast. The first 4th of July celebration was held near the lake at a place now called Point Comfort. The flagstaff is still where they placed it. A Mrs. Tyler roasted a small pig, which they used as a centerpiece at the picnic dinner, minus the apple in its mouth. One of the young gentlemen, whose father was a minister in Minneapolis, had sent him sermons, which he read on the Sabbath in the schoolhouse. C.K. Orton, the founder of Ortonville, took a homestead adjoining Big Stone Lake. In the spring, he returned for his family, consisting then of his wife and child Clara, together with several neighbors. They started in the month of July, following the old trail via New Ulm, thence to Montevideo. When they reached Montevideo, they discovered the bridges had washed away, so they were obliged to ford the Chippewa River, which was very deep and rapid. Mr. and Mrs. Orton rode side by side, he carrying a sack of flour which he lost while endeavoring to hold her, but which he afterward recovered. It took the party several days to get their belongings, which consisted of cattle, horses, oxen, etc., on the west side of the river. They were badly frightened a few months later, which was after they had settled in their new home, by a Mr. Movius of Big Stone City, who came to them with a report of the Indians. 500 in number, from the Sisseton Reservation, were on the warpath and were headed their way. Mrs. Orton and another woman, being alone with children, say that they had a flat-bottomed boat, which they had planned to get in and get out into the middle of the lake, and that if overtaken by Indians, rather than be tortured as they had seen other people near New Ulm and other towns, would drown themselves and children, but luckily it was a false report. Mr. Orton was the first postmaster of this place, the mail being brought once a week from Appleton, 25 miles east, by Mr. Lathrop, who had a wagon train hauled by oxen, by which he carried flour and provisions to the settlers along the lake shore. There was a log cabin still standing in Big Stone City, which was built in the year 1857. E.B. Karcher has in his possession the government patent given in 1855 and signed by Franklin Pierce to his father, John Karcher, for 160 acres of land in Fillmore County, Minnesota, where John Karcher founded the village of Preston and erected the second flouring mill in the territory of Minnesota. Lyman R. Jones of Ortonville has a stove door taken from the ruins of the Presbyterian Mission built in 1838 and which was destroyed by fire March 3rd, 1854. Mr. Roberts, an old-timer here, has the powder horn which Little Crow carried through the Sioux massacre. End of section 68. Section 69 of Old Rail Fence Corners. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. Old Rail Fence Corners, edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris. Daughters of Liberty Chapter, Duluth. Frances Angeline Poole Woodbridge. Mrs. W. S. Woodbridge. Mrs. Nettleton. My husband and I came to this region in 1854. At first we lived in Superior, Wisconsin, but in September of that year we went down to Madeline Island to the Indian payment when the government bought the Duluth property from the Indians. My husband got title to the best of Minnesota Point. This was the same payment where they gave Chief Buffalo his 4 square miles of land in Duluth. Minnesota Point is a narrow neck of land 7 miles long and about 1/4 of a mile wide, projecting from the mainland in Duluth and separating Lake Superior from St. Louis Bay. One day we had a picnic party of Superior people over on Minnesota Point. Among them were Mrs. Post, Orator Hall and his wife, my husband, and the Reverend Mr. Wilson from somewhere near Boston, and a number of others. During the picnic, various names for the new town started on Minnesota Point were proposed, and Mr. Wilson at last proposed Duluth. He named the city in honor of the first navigator and explorer who ever came up here. When the other proprietors came here and made preemptions and had obtained land, they wanted to call it Portland. My husband said no, that his property was in Duluth and it should stay in Duluth. I had never been in Duluth at that time unless it was for a picnic on Minnesota Point. We moved across the bay to Duluth in 1858. My husband and his brother William had a contract for carrying the mail from Superior to St. Paul. Sometimes the mail was carried by team and sometimes the men packed it on their backs. In the spring and fall the roads were so bad that the use of the team was impossible. Letters were delivered once a week and papers once a month, perhaps. The military road has been commenced but not finished. Mrs. W. S. Woodbridge. While the experiences of the early days should be considered a hardship for the men, it was 10 times more annoying to women. The hardships of housekeeping, for instance, and homemaking, keeping the home tidy and comfortable, not to say attractive, were much greater than any hardships the men were called upon to endure. The first year or two, there was no mirror at the head of the lakes. Those who were fortunate to have a new tin boiler or new tin dishes could get along very well. One of the early settlers has told me that he had frequently seen women combing and arranging their hair by the reflection in the wash boiler or dishpan. Ribbons, perfumes, and fancy articles were wholly unknown. An old settler who came with his family told me, "Our whole outfit comprised a feather bed and a lunch basket, in which were a knife, fork, and 2 small china dishes. I also bought a single mattress and a pair of blankets in Cleveland on my way to Duluth. We built our bedsteads out of green tamarack poles peeled, using the bark for ropes to hold it together, and made a table of 2 boards, which were found floating in the bay. Bed clothing consisted of Indian blankets, and moccasins answered for shoes, while curtains, carpets, and upholstered furniture were unknown. The post office was a small building on First Street and First Avenue East. The postmaster, Mr. Richard Marvin, was a member of the fire brigade. His friend, Mr. Melvin Forbes, who had just started in the paper and stationery business opposite, spent the night with him. The milkman was in the habit of bringing milk to the door in the morning. A lady who had come up by boat and was leaving by train in the early morning for St. Paul knocked on the door of the post office to inquire if any mail had been forwarded to her there. Mr. Forbes, supposing the milkman was at the door, leapt out of bed, caught Mr. Marvin's fireman's helmet and put it on his head, opened the door wide with a flourish, and making a profound bow in his short white nightshirt, said, "Good morning." Not until he raised his head did he see the lady. I have often wondered what opinion she formed of Duluth in her short stay here. I used to watch the Indians, who were a common sight in those early days in Duluth, especially in the winter, when they would come into town with their dog teams, the sledges laden down with skins which they exchanged for provisions. The dog teams were very interesting, with their intelligent, well-trained Indian dogs. There were usually 3 or 4 dogs driven tandem, with a simple harness consisting of a collar and a strap around the body of each. The driver always ran or walked by the side of the sledge, never sitting on it. We see pictures of dog teams in Alaska, for instance, with a dozen or more dogs, but that would have been impossible in the heavily wooded country as this was in those days. The Indians did not know how to use the doorbell, neither did they stand on ceremony. But if they found the door of a house unlocked, they walked in without knocking. I remember one New Year's Day we found on going into the sitting room after dinner that 6 Indians had quietly taken possession, 2 men and 4 squaws. They advanced, offering to shake hands, saying, "Happy New Year, 10 cents. Happy New Year, 10 cents." It was all the English they could speak, but they knew well what it meant and did not leave until each one had received a gift. We were glad enough to see them go and to open the windows. I well remember a funeral which occurred in the early days. The coffin was placed in a wagon which was drawn by 1 horse, and the mourners followed on foot. I also remember how very muddy the roads were, consisting of sticky, tenacious red clay which clung to our rubbers and sucked them off our feet as we walked. We bought water by the pailful, which was carted up from the lake and placed in a barrel in the kitchen, and often on a cold winter morning we were obliged to chop it out and melt it in a tea kettle. The windows in our house were always covered with half an inch of frost. I remember on one very cold night I was awakened by a fire bill. The windows were red with light from some burning dwelling nearer, and I rushed from window to window, trying in vain to see out and locate the fire. St. Paul Chapter. Miss K. Maud Clum. Mrs. Martin J. Clum. I accompanied my husband, Martin J. Clum, a member of Company D, 2nd Minnesota Volunteers, to Fort Ridgely in 1862. There were left at the fort but few men to guard it, as the greater number of them had been ordered to the frontier to quell the Indian outbreaks. My daughter, Victoria Maria, 9 months old, was ill, getting her teeth. Although the night was hot and sultry, the windows of our quarters had to be kept closed on account of mosquitoes. It was impossible to obtain any mosquito bars, so I walked the floor nearly all night with her on my arm, fanning her constantly, as the heat was almost unbearable. Toward morning, I paused for a few seconds to look out of the window, and as I did so, fancied I saw tiny dark objects moving around a huge straw stack some distance away. You can scarcely imagine my horror as the dawn disclosed the truth of my fears. I put down my dear baby, rushed outside, called to a herder to go at once and find out what those objects were, moving around the stack. Hastily mounting a mule, he made a detour of the straw stack and reported, "If there's 1 Indian there, there's 50 with their ponies buried in and around the stack." He at once gave the alarm, but before the guard reached the stack there was not an Indian to be seen. Interpreter Quinn soon sent his son Tom to warn me not to leave the garrison, as I had been in the habit of taking walks with my baby in her carriage. Later in the day, the pickets and scouts came in and reported a large camp of over 400 Indians on the opposite bank of the river, waiting, no doubt, as Interpreter Quinn said, a chance to make a raid, capture, and maybe massacre every one of us. He also told me that while the Indians might not perhaps harm me, they would be likely to take my baby, and it would be as bad to be frightened to death as to be scalped. Mr. August Larpenteur, 1843, 93 years old. The first day I came, in 1843, I had dinner with Mrs. Jackson. It was a fine one. Ducks, venison, and vegetables raised by the Selkirk refugees. Here I first tasted pemmican. It was most excellent. The bread was baked in a Dutch oven. New Year's Day, Mr. Jackson, Luther Furnell, and I took a yoke of oxen to make some New Year's calls. We first went to Mr. Gervais, where we talked, took a drink, kissed the girls, and then to Vital Guerin's. Next we went up to Mrs. Mortimer's, where we made a sedate call. She lived where the police station now stands. Last, near present 7 Corners, we called on the Irvins. By this time the oxen were tired. We began to feel drowsy, so we returned and took a rest. The Indians always called on us on Christmas, went through much handshaking, and expected a present. End of section 69. End of Old Rail Fence Corners. Edited by Lucy Leavenworth Wilder Morris.